السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم مرة أخرى، وأشكر لكم تلبيتكم دعوة مركز ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات والمجلس الأطلسي للمشاركة في فعاليات هذا المؤتمر الذي يبحث قضية قديمة متجددة على درجة عالية من الأهمية، وهي أمن الشرق الأوسط. لقد أولينا في مركز ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات هذه القضية أهمية كبيرة، فخصصنا لها مؤتمرا سنويا تحت عنوان مؤتمر ترندز السنوي لأمن الشرق الأوسط، والذي تنعقد نسخته الأولى اليوم بالشراكة مع المجلس الأطلسي. وهدفنا من ذلك هو البحث في كيفية تحقيق الأمن المستدام في هذه المنطقة المهمة من العالم، بما يحقق تطلعات دولها في الرفاهية والسلام والازدهار، وبما يعزز مسيرة السلام في العالم كله، بعدما أثبتت الأحداث العالمية أن ما يحدث في هذه المنطقة تمتد تأثيراته لجميع دول العالم. لقد شهدت منطقة الشرق الأوسط في السنوات الأخيرة بعض التطورات الإيجابية التي نأمل أن تستمر ويتم البناء عليها للوصول إلى الأمن المستدام الذي تتطلع إليه شعوب هذه المنطقة كغيرها من شعوب العالم. ومن أبرز هذه التطورات هو تراجع حدة الصراعات التي عصفت ببعض دول المنطقة مثل اليمن وسوريا وليبيا، ولا سيما بعد أحداث الربيع العربي. ورغم أن هذه الدول لم تصل بعد إلى طريق السلام والاستقرار، فإن تراجع مستوى العنف في هذه البلدان بفضل الجهود الساعية لإيجاد تسويات لها يمكن أن يشكل مجالا للتفاؤل بإمكانية إنهاء هذه الأزمات في هذه المنطقة. ومن هذه التطورات الإيجابية أيضا هزيمة تنظيم داعش وإنهاء دولته في العراق وسوريا، وتعرض التنظيمات المتطرفة الأخرى مثل القاعدة وجماعة الإخوان المسلمين لضربات متتالية أضعفت من تأثيرها السلبي في المنطقة. ومع ذلك لا يزال هذا الخطر قائما، ولا تزال في منطقة الشرق الأوسط ولا نزال نعاني في منطقة الشرق الأوسط من جراء هذه الجماعات الإرهابية التي لا تزال تجد من يدعمها، مما يدعو إلى تعزيز التعاون الدولي لمواجهتها. وأما التطور الأهم في تقديري فيتمثل في توقيع اتفاق السلام الإبراهيمي الذي فتح المجال أمام فرص جديدة للسلام الإقليمي بين إسرائيل والدول العربية. فعلى مدى سنوات طويلة شكل الصراع العربي الإسرائيلي عاملا مهما من عوامل عدم الاستقرار في الشرق الأوسط، ليس من خلال الحروب التي نشبت ضمن هذا الصراع فقط، ولكن أيضا لأن هذا الصراع كان يتم استغلاله دائما من قبل جماعات التطرف والإرهاب لتجنيد الأتباع ونشر خطاباتهم التي تحض على الكراهية. وعلى هذا الأساس فإن اتفاقات السلام الإبراهيمية التي تم توقيعها بين إسرائيل من جانب ومع كل من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة والسودان والمغرب والبحرين من جانب آخر تمثل واحدة من أهم التحولات التي شهدتها منطقة الشرق الأوسط منذ عقود، ليس فقط لأنها تمثل اختراقا في جدار جمود مسار التسوية السلمية بين الجانبين العربي والإسرائيلي، وإنما لأنها تؤسس أيضا لعهد جديد من التعاون البناء الذي يستجيب لتطلعات جميع الشعوب المنطقة في الأمن والتنمية والازدهار من خلال رؤية جديدة تعلي من قيمة الحوار البناء والتعايش كأساس لحل الخلافات والمشكلات القائمة. وقد أثبت هذا الاتفاق أن مكاسب السلام أكبر بكثير من استمرار الصراعات العبثية التي لا تخدم سوى قوى التطرف والإرهاب. وفي هذا السياق نظم مركز ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات بالشراكة والتعاون مع مركز موشي ديان لدراسات الشرق الأوسط ندوة مهمة قبل أقل من أسبوع من قدومنا هنا بعنوان الاتفاق الإبراهيمي، فرص تعزيز التعاون والتسامح والتنمية في المنطقة. وجاء تنظيم هذه الندوة انطلاقا من قناعتنا بضرورة أن تطلع مراكز الفكر والدراسات بدورها المهم في إرساء مثل السلام والتسامح والتعايش بين مختلف الشعوب والثقافات، باعتبارها الأساس في تحقيق السلام والازدهار في هذه المنطقة والعالم. أيها الحضور الكريم، لقد أتينا إلى هنا بحثا عن تبادل الأفكار والتوصيات التي يمكن أن تسهم في تحقيق السلام والأمن الإقليمي المستدام في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. واسمحوا لي أن أعرض هنا بعض الأفكار التي أعتقد أنها يمكن أن تخدم تحقيق الهدف الذي نعمل من أجله. أولا، في تقديرنا أن التركيز في معالجة أزمات الشرق الأوسط يجب أن ينصب على التفكير في كيفية دعم الدولة الوطنية، وخاصة دول الصراعات، وبناء مؤسساتها على أساس دولة المواطنة التي تتسع للجميع، ومواجهة التنظيمات المسلحة كافة، الطائفية منها والعرقية والدينية، التي لا تعمل على تفكيك الدولة الوطنية وإضعافها وإفشالها فقط، وإنما توفر أيضا البيئة التي تنهك فيها حقوق الإنسان وتنشط فيها الجماعات الإرهابية. ثانيا، مواصلة وتعزيز جهود التعاون الدولي والإقليمي في مواجهة التنظيمات المتطرفة بشتى أنواعها هو أمر مهم وحاسم لخلق شرق أوسط ينعم بالأمن المستدام. فهذه التنظيمات لا تقوم فقط بالتفجيرات والأعمال الإرهابية، بل وتقوم أيضا بنشر خطاب الكراهية والتحريض باسم الدين. ونقوم في مركز ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات بجهود فكرية كبيرة من أجل تفكيك خطاب هذه الجماعات وتفنيده، باعتبار أن المواجهة الفكرية لهذه الجماعات تمثل الجزء الأهم في استراتيجية مواجهتها. ثالثا، دعم جهود التنمية المستدامة في المنطقة يسهم أيضا بدرجة كبيرة في تعزيز الأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة، فاستمرار المعدلات الحالية من البطالة والفقر في كثير من دول المنطقة يوفر البيئة الخصبة لنمو هذه الجماعات المتطرفة وزيادة معدلات الإحباط بين الشباب. ومع ذلك فإننا نشهد في المقابل بعض التجارب الإقليمية الناجحة والملهمة في مجال التنمية المستدامة، مثل دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة التي تحتفل الشهر القادم بمرور 50 عاما على تأسيسها، وهنا أيضا المملكة العربية السعودية التي تشهد طفرة تنموية كبيرة مستندة إلى رؤية طموحة للمستقبل. وهذه النماذج يمكن الاستفادة منها وتعميمها لخير شعوب المنطقة بالكامل. رابعا، العمل على ترسيخ أسس السلام في المنطقة، وإن كان الاتفاق الإبراهيمي يمثل تطورا مهما في هذا السياق، فإنه يجب البناء عليه وتعزيزه، لأن الحفاظ على السلام وضمان استدامته أكثر صعوبة من صنعه. وبالتوازي مع ذلك يجب أن تتوقف التدخلات الإقليمية السلبية التي تعزز حالة الفوضى وتقوض جهود السلام والتعايش داخل المجتمعات. أيها الحضور الكريم، إن تحقيق الأمن المستدام في منطقة الشرق الأوسط ليس بالمهمة السهلة، بل يحتاج إلى إرادة صلبة وعمل مستمر وتعاون إقليمي ودولي واسع النطاق. ومهمتنا كمراكز فكر هي البحث عن الأفكار التي يمكن من خلالها دعم صناع القرار لتحقيق هذا الهدف. وفي النهاية اسمحوا لي أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لجميع الخبراء المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر، ولشريكنا في تنظيم هذه الفعالية المهمة المجلس الأطلسي، مؤكدا حرصنا على تواصل التعاون العلمي فيما بيننا. والشكر موصول أيضا لفرق العمل في مركز ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات، سواء في واشنطن أو في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، وفي المجلس الأطلسي على التنظيم المتميز لهذا المؤتمر المهم. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. والآن أنقل الميكروفون إلى الدكتور عبد الله آل سعود، فليتفضل مشكورا.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور محمد. Thank you everyone. Greetings to all. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'd like to thank both Trends Research and Advisory as well as the Atlantic Council for the invitation and for organizing such an important conference. And I think such engagements are important in enhancing understanding about our region and its evolving dynamics. I'll try to be brief in my remarks and perhaps provide an overview of the state and outlook of our regional order. Unfortunately, we can all agree that the region suffers no shortage of conflicts, tensions, and uncertainty. it is plagued by a number of key security challenges, chief amongst which are the destructive ideologies, terrorism, extremism, sectarianism, as well as armed non-state actors, which are supported in some cases by state actors, and the prevalence of fragile and failed states with weak state institutions. However, there seems to have been a paradigm shift in the GCC region of late. It is mainly driven by its leaders and focused on enabling key segments of our societies, especially the youth and women, with opportunities towards a better and more sustainable future. We can see this in attempts aimed towards streamlining technologies, enhancing connectivity, and addressing common challenges such as climate change. Yet the establishment of long-lasting peace and regional stability and security is the priority, because that will foster a regional environment that enables ambitious economic visions to succeed and partnerships to flourish. Now, how can we achieve a stable regional order? There are necessary norms and prerequisites without which a regional order cannot stand. Highest among them are reaffirming respect for state sovereignty and territorial integrity, the rejection of malign activities and interference in the internal affairs of states, and working towards respectful coexistence. In recent months and years, there have been several proposals, tracks, and suggestions for the Gulf's regional security architecture. And I believe the Kingdom appreciates the interest expressed by its international partners in supporting and maintaining regional security. This is indicative of how central the region is to international stability and prosperity. And it shows how far we have gone in fostering international strategic partnerships. When one looks at all the different proposals and models, we find confidence building and dialogue at their core. In the GCC, our focus on collective security is clear in the Al-Ula Declaration, which we believe emphasizes the centrality of the GCC as the core security, economic, and cultural bloc in the Gulf. The bloc has a 4-decade history of withstanding major political and economic challenges, and it clearly manifests the importance of collective action and a shared destiny between Gulf nations. GCC nations share the aim of de-escalating tensions and resolving conflict through lasting political solutions. Our countries have historically been open to enhancing dialogue and understanding with our neighbors, and are hopeful that this is reciprocated with tangible actions. Now, this takes us to the ongoing talks between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Iran. They are still in the exploratory state, and we hope to reach positive and tangible results through this dialogue. Talks have yet to produce a breakthrough or substantive results, but we believe there is sufficient momentum for it to continue. And throughout the past decades, we demonstrated time and again our eagerness to have normal relations with Iran, and we continue to do so. Our region is in need for positive cooperation and a move away from a zero-sum game mentality towards mutually beneficial partnerships that serve the interests of all. This is a key element in our regional approach, and one that requires secure and stable region. Countries need to have borders free from incursions and skies clear of hostile projectiles. However, the onus is on Iran to positively engage with this outreach and cooperate in addressing the root causes of regional instability and tensions. Engaging positively and backing words with actions would help in creating a sufficient environment of trust that can be utilized and built upon for the benefit of both our countries and the region at large. Simultaneously, we support all efforts aimed at bringing Iran into compliance with its nuclear obligations and ensuring that it never acquires a nuclear weapon. We have been supportive of the Vienna talks and parties returning to the JCPOA. Now, reflecting on this, the Kingdom's foreign policy is geared towards fostering regional conditions for peace, stability, and prosperity that facilitates the success of Vision 2030. We uphold a bright vision for the Kingdom's future and that of the region. Our foreign policy is driven by its commitment to Vision 2030 and facilitating the regional conditions that enable us and our neighbors to reap its benefits. A youthful, more connected population require working towards enhancing opportunities across the region. The ultimate goal is to shift the narrative away from conflict and strife towards development, innovation, and prosperity, and to shift the region towards a more cooperative state. We seek to export a vision of hope of economic prosperity and sustainable and green future. But a sustainable regional security order is only possible when all actors are equally invested in respecting one another and are equally committed to policies that advance partnerships and reduce tensions, that build confidence and enhance mutual interests. Principles of coexistence, non-interference, and mutual respect are the building blocks of the international system and the gateway to enhancing cooperation and understanding. And if we are to take a holistic view of regional security, one that incorporates our shared challenges, then how to collectively address climate change is one of the central challenges the international community is facing. Finding creative ways to tackle climate change affects the trajectory of global recovery, and it will also help mitigate future tension and instability surrounding its adverse effects. The Kingdom has always valued its role as a responsible leader, active in the stability and security of the energy market. We do not see an either-or choice between energy security and environmental sustainability. Recently, the Kingdom hosted 3 landmark climate conferences: the Saudi Green Initiative, the Youth Green Summit, and the Middle East Green Initiative Summit, in which the target goal of achieving a net zero emissions by 2060 was announced. So to conclude, I think it's safe to say that all eyes are on the Gulf. Expectations and ambitions are running high as we open up to the world. Currently, there is the 2020 Expo in Dubai. Saudi Arabia has submitted a bid to host the Expo in 2030. There is a big tourism drive in the Kingdom. There have been an ongoing international sporting events and concerts. There is history and archaeology in Al-Ula. However, for all of these ambitions to succeed, it is very important to enhance and maintain a cooperative regional security environment that enables all of these ambitions to come to fruition. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and I look forward to what I'm sure would be a very engaging discussions by the esteemed panelists. Back to you, Nadia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdullah, and good morning, everybody. My name is Nadia Bilbesi Charters. I'm the Bureau Chief of Al Arabiya Television based here in Washington, D.C. I'm honored to moderate this first panel on the second day of this rather informative and timely conference that organized by Trends and the Atlantic Council. I think over yesterday and today, the panelists will lay out the perspectives, the challenges, and perhaps offer some solutions to the problems that been witnessed in the Middle East, whether it's conflict, whether it's war, over the last few decades. My panel will focus on, the title of the panel is the GCC and Sustainable Security. And maybe the title by itself poses a question, actually. Can the GCC countries have a common security and defense policy? Do they have the same common enemies? Do they have the same aspiration? Do they have the same challenges? If we look at the region, they are very powerful neighbors, of course. There is external threats, there is internal threats. We start with Iran, of course. Iran and its nuclear program, that Tehran has been saying that it is for peaceful purposes, while the West, the international community, GCC countries, and the Gulf states suspect that Iran has an aspiration to develop a nuclear weapon and become a de facto nuclear power, just like Pakistan and the rest of Israel or the other nuclear powers. I remember a conversation actually I had during the Obama administration with the senior official that was advising the president. And he said that the administration, when they signed the agreement on 2015, they were not naive. They're aware of Iran support for the proxies, its support for terrorism, its idea of exporting the revolution. But he said, imagine if Iran is doing this, supporting the Houthis in Yemen, supporting the Shiite militias in Iraq, supporting Hezbollah in Lebanon, supporting the Assad regime with a nuclear weapon. So this is why they rushed to have this agreement that obviously the Trump administration withdrew in 2018. Some will argue the opposite. We will see. There's other neighbors in the neighborhood that also as powerful, which is Turkey. Turkey emerged as, under President Erdogan, as calling the shot in many conflicts in the Middle East. Sometimes they initiate the conflicts, like we've seen in Syria. They're involved in Libya, they're involved in the Eastern Mediterranean, involved in a conflict in Azerbaijan and Armenia. So, well, maybe the exit of President Erdogan, he's not going to stay there forever, will offer a new opportunity maybe to reshape alliances in the Middle East. So the Middle East has witnesses shifting alliances, new alliances, old enemies, new challenges. And the third external challenge probably, or could be opportunity, is Israel. Israel, another nuclear powered country. The new agreement, the Abrahamic agreements between Israel and neighboring countries, especially in the Gulf, has opened opportunities. There is cooperation that can be reinforced on climate change, as Dr. Abdullah said, on energy, on technology, on water, on all kinds of issues. And that will benefit the region for sure. But the elephant in the room is the Israeli-Palestinian question that need to be sorted out. And it's been used as a source, as Dr. Ali just said, by extremist organizations to use it for their own purposes. So this needs to be settled. Unfortunately, we don't see any indication that's going to be sorted anytime soon, at least under this administration. So with these challenges, there's also internal challenges, and the panelists will outline, according to their expertise, these challenges. I think Dr. Lamy will talk about the growth of the population in the Gulf. We'll talk about cyber war. We'll talk about counterterrorism. We're talking about water scarcity. So many issues that political culture, etc. So let me introduce the panelists, and then after that, we'll allow each person to speak for 10 to maybe around 10, 20, 12 minutes, and then we'll open the floor for a discussion that I hope is going to be beneficial for everybody and dynamic. So we just heard just now actually from Dr. Abdullah bin Khalid Al Saud, and of course he's the Assistant Director of Policy Planning at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I also want to refer you to the bios of each speaker because they're at length, so I'm not doing them justice, but just mentioning the names and what they do. We have Dr. Mohammed Al-Salmi, who is Iran in nuclear proliferation and relations on neighboring countries. He's the founder and chairman of RASANA, which is International Institute for Iranian Studies. We have with me, of course, all of them are joining us virtual, but I'm honored to have Vice Admiral Fawzi Miller next to me. And he is the president and CEO of the Fawzi Miller Group. He's a former commander of the U.S. Navy Naval Forces in Central Command, U.S. Fifth Fleet, Combined Maritime Forces in the U.S. Navy. And last but not least, we have Dr. Faddish Lamy, who is the president of the Gulf Forum for Peace and Security, and has frequent, of course, guests on Arabiya, my channel. So I welcome you all, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful discussion. So we just heard from Dr. Abdullah, so I think I'll move to Dr. Mohammed Al-Salmi. So Dr. Mohammed, the floor is yours. Please, you can start your presentation now.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Good morning to you, DC time, and afternoon from Riyadh time. Thank you for having me. And this is, of course, a very important conference at a very important time. And I think looking at the agenda, this conference will add more to our knowledge and to the widening understanding of the international dynamics and regional dynamics. So thanks to Trends and to the Atlantic Council. I was asked to talk about the Iran nuclear proliferation and the relation with the neighboring countries, and in particular the Arab countries. As you know, the relation between the two shores of the Arabian Gulf has been ups and downs for centuries and for decades, and it has been very difficult time and difficult relation to manage after 1979 with the new political system in Iran, which is its foreign policy mostly driven by an ideology that is based on exporting the revolution and focusing on non-state actors and proxies. It would be very difficult for neighboring countries which respect international laws and norms to deal with such a political system. They have been attempts from regional countries, especially Saudi Arabia, with to deal positively with Iran. If we explore the relation between the two countries since 1979, there was some, what was called the golden age of the relation between Saudi and Iran. That was during Rafsanjani and Muhammad Khatami up to 2003. Although those relation was positive in general, it has its own problems, and that appeared afterward, especially during Ahmadinejad time. To talk about the nuclear issue, the nuclear program of Iran started during the Shah time, which was also an important point to be mentioned. But at that time, the Khomeini, when he was in the exile, was criticizing the Shah regime or the Pahlavi dynasty for spending the Iranian money on such useless programs. After the revolution and after like 4 or 5 years, the Iranian new political system started talking about the nuclear issues and reviving the whole program. And what we reached in 2003, and all the steps have been was taken by Iranian regime and the international community up to 2015. And of course, there is a very clear cooperation, I would say, between Iran and North Korea on the nuclear issues. So that we don't need to go in the history and talk about the hidden sides of the nuclear program of Iran and how it was discovered. And we believe that still there are many hidden sides, secret sides, not to be discovered by the international community or the IAEA. If we talk about the perspective of Iran, that neighboring towards neighboring countries, I think we have. I will try to be very brief on that. We have 3 files that we have a problem with when talking about the relation with Iran. One is nuclear issue. The second is the ballistic missile program, and third one is the Iranian behavior or activities across the region. Those files, unfortunately, were separated by the JCPOA. We're focusing on JCPOA on nuclear issue only, as you mentioned, Nadia. Unfortunately, these 3 files cannot be separated. If we talk about the nuclear issue, they need the missile, ballistic missile to carry the heads, and of course, taking into consideration the relation between Iran and the proxies, and Iran providing all those militias with their whatever weapons they have, then those missiles can reach to wrong hands or to militias, terrorist organizations. So then we go back to the nuclear issue. So these 3 files cannot be separated. Any talks about dealing with one file and forgetting the other 2 files is, in my opinion, just time lose, and we just spending lots of time and effort and something that cannot put Iran in the box. Second issue I think I need to talk about is there is no problem with the nuclear activities or the peaceful nuclear facilities, but Iran is very clear on that. Just today, just an hour ago, there was a statement from Iranians, officials saying we can now move from 60% of uranium enrichment to upper than that if there is a need, and there is a green light for that from the leadership. So just imagine how we are close to have a nuclear Iran. Third point, I think it's Iran exporting the revolution with the nuclear issue, trying to export their ideology, enforce their ideology in the neighboring countries, and turning all the projects we have in the region to just focusing on militarization of the region or sectarianism or terrorism. So I think Iran has to think more about that. The same will continue, of course, when they are improving their capabilities, nuclear capabilities, and inside the country, and trying to play on their time at the time when we see the international community, unfortunately, has an easy take on imposing the sanctions or monitoring the sanctions. Iran wants just to sell their oils, and then if you agree on the nuclear issues, they will never ever come back to the table of negotiation to negotiate the other two files. So these points are very important. So I will try also to mention that the nuclear issue is within Iran is increasing the arms race across the region, and those countries, if they should focus on education, infrastructure, healthcare, improvement of the region. Now, if they have to reach the point of arms race, they will spend all their resources on weapon and conflict. So it's not healthy, and it's not hope for the region, especially with the modern projects that involving the region. So I think we have two different visions. There is a conflict. One is to have a better situation in the region, a better understanding among the neighboring countries, and the other one is to more focusing on capitalizing on sectarianism, terrorism, and non-state actors. So these two models are fighting right now, and I hope a better model will win, and that's mainly focus on the engagement, education, green, let's say, environment, and of course a stable region. Of course, I don't know how much time do we have, but I think I'm reaching my end remarks that if what we are seeing now, which is Iran project, is weakening the performance of the international organizations responsible on maintaining security and stability, and that is very clear. And the international statements that come from whether Geneva or other places are very clear on such conclusion we are reaching. It also leads to continued regional instability. We should not ignore the possibility that Iran's nuclear weapon might be delivered to terrorist militias and groups. And this is very important, that when I mentioned the three files have to go together, this is one of the proofs that we've seen all types of missiles Iran has now reached militias, whether in Iraq, Yemen, Lebanon, and other places. So we have to be careful with that. Also, we have to admit that such threat is not limited to the region. And that is, I think, we have to capitalize on this issue. It's whatever program Iran has, whether it's proxies or nuclear issues or missile program, the threat of such activities is not limited to neighboring countries, not to Gulf, not only to Middle East. It goes beyond that, and it's for sure threatening the European countries and even beyond. So therefore, we look at the priorities. The American priority is mostly the nuclear issue, while Europeans focusing more on ballistic missiles program, while in the region, the priority is what they are seeing on the daily basis. Details, which is the militias and non-state actors and alike. So I think we have to work together, both regional and international players, to turn Iran to a normal country that is coexist with its neighboring countries, thinking about shared values, ways of collaborations, way of improving the situation of Iranian people first, and then the people of the region. So I think we haven't, unfortunately, reached that point, but we hope, and we wish we hear the wise people in Iran, that their voices are not heard now, to raise the flag of coexist with the neighboring countries. Finally, I think the arms race ruins the rising development models in the region, which contribute in establishing peace, security, and development. That's all what I have. And if there is any question, I will be more than happy to try to answer. And back to you, Nadia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Salmi. Well, that's a tall order, I guess, to get Iran to be a normal state. We'll see. Let me turn now to Vice Admiral Miller. I'll start by the question that I hope that will frame this discussion, which is, can GCC countries have a common defense and security strategy or policy? Relying on your military expertise, maybe you can give us your insightful presentation into how we can go forward with this.
Well, good morning to you, and good afternoon and good evening to my fellow panelists. Thanks for having me here today. It's an excellent question. Can they have a collective security? And the answer to that is yes, they should. So whether they can becomes an issue within the GCC itself, which I think, as we've known for a while here, has been rather incoherent since at least the rift, and perhaps, likely before the rift.
Between Qatar and the other GCC.
The Qatar and the Emirates, the Saudis, the Egyptians, that makes it very difficult to build the kind of trust relationship that is required in order to build a security apparatus that would ensure stability in the region. And if you look at really two different facets of this, I think it's important to hone in on. One is, of course, the ability to provide integrated air and missile defense. We talk a lot about the Iranian nuclear program, and if they have enriched past, let's say, 5%, which they have, they've gone to 20, now they've gone to 60, now they're advertising they can go higher. They're developing weapons-grade uranium in order to make a nuclear weapon. So that's an issue. It's not, frankly, in my view, the driving issue regarding stability in the region. The two driving issues that regard stability in the region are Iran's ballistic missile program, which grows. They have thousands of ballistic missiles. More importantly, they are much more accurate today than they were a year or 5 years ago. And so last year, when they fired ballistic missiles at an air base that was full of Americans, those missiles hit where they were intended to hit.
So they were accurate.
They were very accurate, and they're becoming increasingly accurate. And so it really is important, in order to deter Iran from that kind of behavior, that the GCC states get together and put together an integrated air and missile defense program. We've talked about this for years in the region. There are challenges and difficulties to do so, but those challenges are more political than they are military, because the military hardware already exists. They've either bought them, Patriot missiles, THAAD, those systems are all coming online or already in existence in many of the GCC countries. But they're all separate systems that operate like little straws, whereas we have the ability to put all of it together, and so that an attack on any GCC country from Iran, in terms of ballistic missiles, can be discovered and can be thwarted in a comprehensive way if we choose to move forward in that regard. So I think it's extremely important that we do so. And the United States, I know, is ready to do that. Central Command is interested in helping out in any way they possibly can. And so there's a real opportunity to move forward. Add to that, really, we're at an historic time with the Israelis not only signing the Abraham Accord, but coming into the Central Command area of responsibility. There's really no nation in the world that's better at air and missile defense than the Israelis, because they're constantly under attack. They're eager to expand their ability in partnership with nations in the GCC, whether they are signatories of the Abraham Accord or just nations that are interested. I think they're happy to come on board and build a much more comprehensive and coherent system that deters Iran from using their ballistic missiles. And so I think that's one area that we can move forward and cooperate and create a great deal of stability. Very quickly, the other area is in the maritime environment, where the structures already exist. and have existed for some time. So there's a task force 152 from Fifth Fleet that's responsible for maritime security within the Gulf from a U.S. perspective, but it's heavily populated by coalition forces of all of the GCC countries, or nearly all of them. There's Task Force 150, which is responsible for the area outside of the Gulf, especially in the Red Sea. So the United States and Israel have already conducted an exercise in the Red Sea. The United States routinely conducts exercises with Egypt and Jordan in the Red Sea. So those structures are in place. There's a Gulf Task Force 81, that is a pretty good task force on paper, but not quite yet operational, that would allow all of the GCC partners together, with the support of the U.S. and other partners like the UK and the French, to ensure that the maritime environment, which goes from the Suez Canal through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait through the Strait of Hormuz, to make sure that those vital choke points are free and clear and secure, so that everyone can use the maritime environment in ways that they need to use it. So there's lots of opportunity here, and it's important that we look at the opportunity and find ways to move forward to deter Iran and to make the region more stable.
Actually, so many questions you have raised, and just before I came actually to moderate this panel, there was a breaking news that the Revolutionary Guard has been challenging a U.S. Navy ship, or vice versa. They've been pushing them out of the Gulf water, and Iran were complaining, etc. So I don't know if we're going to see another episode of confrontation that we have seen during the Trump administration between the Revolutionary Guard and U.S. Navy ships in the Gulf. We will see. We'll talk about this in a minute, but I don't want to be too late for Dr. Fahd, because he's going to tell us about different challenges. He's going to probably talk about the external and internal challenges that faces the GCC countries. And Kuwait is kind of always have a different position, put it this way, than the rest of the GCC countries in terms of their perspective into the region. So we were happy to hear from him. Dr. Fahd. I think you're on mute. You have to unmute yourself.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Nadia, and thank you for your effort in Al Arabiya and others in Washington, D.C. I'd like to thank really Trends Center for Research and their partner, the Atlantic Council, for giving us the chance and the opportunity to talk about sustainable regional security and the GCC relationship. In 1 minute background, historically, the area of the Middle East is not far from escalation and conflict since a long time. We saw Persian Empire, Roman Empire, the Assyrian and Alexander the Great. Then we moved through history to the Islamic empires, Umayyad and Abbasi. Then we went until we reach the Turkish or the Ottomanic colonial era. Then we have the European colonial era. So this area is since a long time. And by the way, this area will be the Battle of Armageddon, maybe in way time ahead. I don't know about it, but all the three holy books we're talking about the Armageddon in the Middle East. It's not going to be in Washington, D.C. It's not going to be in Moscow or anywhere. It will be in the Middle East. So that is the importance of that area from the holy books. When the oil known in that area, I think there was a foreign interest heading toward this area. 60% of the world oil reserve in that area. This area is containing the three strategic sea passes: Suez Canal, Bab el-Mandeb, and the Strait of Hormuz. So that is the importance of that area. Of course, when we go to the regional challenges to the GCC, I really try to divide it to external and internal challenges. I think in GCC we have external challenges. It has been said by most of the panelists, the Iranian role, the Iranian destructive role in the region by exporting revolution, acquiring or attempting to acquire nuclear arsenal, interfering in internal affairs for GCC countries. That is creating really unstable region. Turkey is another project of ambitions with background of 500 years of a presence in the Arabic region. Turkey with supporting the Muslim Brotherhood to at least control some countries or control the government for some countries such as Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, and finally they lost the bet. The third one is, as they mentioned from the regional actors, players, the Israeli. The Israeli is in that area having a problem with all their neighbors. And I think we went through advancing process where we saw a peace treaty with 5 or 6 Arabic countries, but still the Palestinian-Israeli conflict still the main core of the conflict in the Middle East. We have in the GCC Economical Challenges, we depend on oil. And once we see the oil prices is going down, we put our hands on our hearts, and then we try to calculate our dollars and let's see and check our budget. So the only resources for the GCC is oil. This is a big challenge when we are watching Europe and our customers trying to shift to a new way of new sources of power. That will consider a big challenge for us. We have a water scarcity. We live in one of the poorest area of water. Yes, we are using the seawater, but still we don't have enough natural resources or fresh water in our ground. So that is also will be a challenges. In fact, the whole Middle East will face a water scarcity. When you check the Iraqi case, you see that they will have a serious problem of water shortages in year 2040. The Egyptians now are very worried from a Nahda dam. So we having maybe we are driving to the water wars in the next 15 years. In our internal challenges, and this is very important to answer the question, are we going to have a collective security? I think in the Gulf, we have to fix ourselves. We have to solve ourselves. We have a demographic challenges. 50% of the Gulf populations are from third world countries. We have a problem in our demographic region or demographic percentage of the population. We need to at least work on that and adjust that. We might have also differences in our political culture, in our election process. We have a selection process and we have election process, and we put it under democracy. So I think in GCC we need to have a unified doctrine, unified political doctrine to at least to have a unified agenda, and that is an important issue. Most of the conflict between some of the GCC's countries it refers to the political culture. In Kuwait, we have an election. In Saudi Arabia, they have a selection. In Emirat, they are between. In Oman, they are between. In Bahrain, we have an election. In Qatar, they started their new election. So at least if we have a role for the public, for the people, this will be another improvement for the area. The other security concerns is cybersecurity. We saw what's happening in some big countries and big companies when it has been hacked by others, billions or millions of dollars losses. So we have a cybersecurity, and it might goes to a cyber terrorism. That is really a burden on our area, with a neighboring such as Iran is trying to dominate this kind of cyber attacks. I'll be very quick on that. Measures to be for sustainable regional security, I propose when we go to internal recommendation, at least we need to have a unified and compatible economic policies with the GCC, very important. We have a GCC central bank. We are talking about collective security and unification, and we don't have a GCC central bank. We didn't agree on it. Also, we have to solve some border dispute. We talk about collective security, and we might have some countries having a border dispute. These kind of small, tiny issue makes a difference on unification and support a collective security. We have to do some modernization for our political culture of the region. The political cultures is, yes, we are similar, but we are having some political culture between the relationship between the people and the governments. And I think having a GCC council like a European National Assembly or a GCC National Assembly will be another boost power to have more view, to have more public representation on the decision that being made by governments, by the GCC government. I think we have to enhance our public political participation. As I mentioned, it is very important that as we see the future, it is important to focus on the next 20 years. When you see the percentage of the youth is in our area, it's mostly 60% or 70% are young people. This will create a potential problems for jobs, thoughts, beliefs, and I think we have to take this in consideration, trying to create millions of jobs. And we have to start now, because most of the unstable countries and revolutions, especially in the Arab Spring, came under people doesn't have a job, people doesn't have a economical process or economical style of life. I think we need to work on this quickly. Last, I think we should have a unified military command. Yes, we have a military command, we have a Peninsula Shield, we have a unified command, but these kind of commands is working under political conditions. It's not working under one doctrine. Lastly, when I talk about doctrine, military doctrine, I think we should recognize our threats. In the discussion between military, sometimes some people or some commanders is confused. Is Iran friend or foe? Is Iran enemy or a neighbor? In some countries, they consider Iran a big threat. In some countries, they consider Iran a neighbor. So at least we need to organize ourselves on our internal issue and build a document or a clear understanding for that. Yes, we made a very good steps in our security. Liberation of Kuwait is one of the major points on that. Helping Bahrain was one of those achievements. I think we did a very good process, but at least if we want to face big regional challenges, we need at least be ready with a unified doctrine and a unified political doctrine to face this kind of challenges. Referring to our external recommendation for facing external challenges, I think we need to have a political and economical engagement with Iran, because if we rely on United Nations or IEA, I work with the United Nations for 7 years. United Nations is managing the crisis. They are not solving the crisis because they are representing the Security Council, and the Security Council has a different opinions. One of the recommendation to manage our external challenges, we need to have a confidence and mutual trust and building between us and the Iranians. Yes, well, we will engage some other countries, or we will try to mitigate the Iranian effect in such countries like Iraq, Lebanon, Yemen, and that is what is the GCC is doing. That we are not heading to Iran directly. We are trying to minimize the damage that Iran is trying to spread in our area. And so far we are successful. Look what happened in Iraq, the result of the election. Look what's happening now in Lebanon, where Lebanese people are living in misery because of Hezbollah, because he is a puppet of that regime in Iran. Last point, I think we have to extend partnership with some regional Arabic countries, such as Jordan, Egypt, Morocco. The reason why, because there is some similarity on the challenges, and there are mutual interests between the Jordanian, the Egyptian, and the Morocco. Morocco is the other part of North Africa. If we support Morocco, if we have a partnership, that will affect some of Europe and some of North Africa countries. The last point that is I recommend is supporting the Iraqi role in the region through democratic government. We need to help Iraq. Iraq was a balancing power on the GCC area. We need to reduce the Iranian influence from Iraq. It is happening now. It's happening slower, but it is happening. There is a big difference between 2010 and 2020, and if we could see the election result, at least there are some improvement. This is my last point, and I conclude my presentation. To summarize, I think we have two main external and internal factors. We need to work with it as a GCC groups. I didn't talk about the global challenges and the way how we deal with the superpowers. This is beyond my authority and capability, but this is what I look to the sustainable regional security on the GCC. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you, Dr. Fahd, for pinpointing all these challenges, actually, external and internal. For the sake of time, I have few questions, being a typical reporter, but I'm going to refer first to the questions from the audience. So we have two questions, one on Iran and one is a military kind of question. So the first question on Iran is, I think Dr. Salmi can answer this, so anybody feel free to jump in. Can you expand on how Iran is weakening international organizations?
Through different ways. One is the position now international organizations are in. For example, I was talking about IAEA has issued many statements regarding Iranian activities and the collaborations with Iran. The limitation the Iranian political system is, the limitations from the Iranian system regarding visiting the nuclear sites and thick water and other places. So they give lots of statements, and sometimes there is contradictions between those statements. Sometimes they are saying if Iran is collaborating, and other times, maybe in a few weeks or a few months afterward, they will say exactly the opposite. This is one. The second thing is not putting all activities in the same at the same framework. For example, when we are talking about terrorism, what is the definition of terrorism? And we are talking here about UN, for example. There is no clear definition of terrorism. And then we see it on ground. For example, in Syria, we have two types of terrorist organizations or groups. One is ISIS, Jabhat al-Nusra, Al-Qaeda, whatever. And the other side is Zainabiyun, Fatimiyun, and now we have Hashimiyun. Just last week, Iran announced creating a new group in Syria called Hashimiyun from the Shia Syrians. So while the international coalition against ISIS is fighting only ISIS, which should be against terrorism, they ignore other terrorist organizations, while they are the same thing. For example, ISIS people coming from different countries, like from Tunisia, from Caucasus, from Gulf, from other places to fight in Syria. At the same time, we find Afghans, Pakistanis, Indians, Yemenis, Syrians who fight, Lebanese who fight in Syria. What is the difference between this type of terrorism and that type of terrorism? Doesn't this make it very difficult for the international organizations to save face, at least, when they are dealing with such issues and they don't have double standards? So that's what I mean by those by saying they put international organization at a very difficult position.
Sorry, did somebody was calling my name? I heard.
Yes.
Yeah, please
yes,
go ahead.
Me.
All right.
If you allow me to add about the Iranian obstacling the international organization, I think there is a double standard with these kind of international organizations. When we see human rights reports and human rights violation against the Iranian in Iran, we do not have more focus, not in the media, not on the international reports. But when you have one scapegoat from Saudi Arabia or from any country, we have all the booming media is talking about it. Well, the Iranian in 1988, the Iranian president, Ibrahim Raisi, he have been accused of killing 30,000 people in the Iranian detention centers. So I agree with Dr. Lamy about that. We in the Gulf, sometimes we feel it's a kind of big double standard on these kind of international organizations. In some kind of, we have some doubt of them because we see their reaction against us in the Gulf. And we did not see that the same reaction against 10,000 people were deserted, or like Ahwaz now, the Ahwaz region. People are dying back there. They don't have water for drink. So at least that I can,
Sure.
I some kind agree with that.
And I agree with you. I agree with you on the double standard. Actually, Iran leads the world in terms of execution. It's #1 country in the world that executes its own citizens. Just to manage the time, I wanted to come for the second question on the military. So given the GCC cooperation has a way to go, what can the US and other partners do to help in this endeavor? What do GCC countries want to see them do? In other words, can we create, I want to use the word NATO because of its history and significance, but can we have some kind of an organization like MESA, for example, during the Trump administration? They wanted to extend this military cooperation between Israel and GCC countries, including Egypt and Jordan. What can the US do to help the GCC country to consolidate this defense umbrella, if you wish?
So there's a lot of talk these days about how the U.S. is stepping away from the Middle East. Mm-hmm. And certainly there are stressors on our military capabilities. And we see them in the South China Sea, we see them in the Mediterranean, we see them in the North Atlantic. But the U.S. is a global power. Global powers ought to be able to do more than one thing at a time. And that means that we can continue to pay attention to the Middle East, which is not only an extraordinarily important part of the world, not just because of the oil resources, but in some part because of the oil resources. So we have to continue to pay attention in the Middle East. And so we may not be able to provide all of the hardware that has an American flag on it. But what we can provide is we can provide the hardware that GCC nations purchase. It's as Dr. Corzin mentioned yesterday. These are things that we integrate, we put into a network. They're interoperable, fully interoperable, and so that we can work with the GCC countries to create a collective defense. Now, does it become an Article 5 NATO sort of thing?
No.
Certainly not right away, but there's a great opportunity for us to provide the leadership that's required to bring the countries together, to look at things, okay, what is a threat to all of us in the region and a threat to the stability in the region, and things like Iranian ballistic missiles certainly are at the top of the list. Iranian malign behavior, which has been mentioned, very high on the list. Those are things that can be prevented, and it's U.S. leadership followed by ownership from the GCC countries, the ability to share information, the willingness to share information, to understand the common cause. Everyone might not agree that Iran is the main threat, but they all can agree that Iran has a lot of ballistic missiles, and so there ought to be preparations to make sure that those missiles can't get into GCC countries. So there's a lot to be done.
But just quickly to follow up, there is a perception in the region that actually America is abandoning the Middle East. We have seen that. I mean, every official, they said, we have your back. But then when it comes to the crunch, they are not. And some GCC countries and other Arab countries are actually looking for China, they're looking for Russia, looking for France, they're diversing. They don't want to put all their faith in the US because they might let them down.
So I think we look at what's happening in Iraq. The election was mentioned a little while ago. I think that was not only a victory for the Iraqi people, but a victory for the region, and something that the United States is happy about. The United States is not going to abandon the region because it can't. So the idea, I think, to think about is how do GCC nations team with the United States so that they're not having to choose between the United States and Russia or the United States and China, who don't have the best interests of the region in mind. So Russia's there because it's transactional to them. They can get something out of it. China's there because they're everywhere. And so what I think the GCC nations need to decide is how do we best team with the U.S. and other U.S. partners, the French, the U.K., Australians, a number of nations. How do we team with them together to make sure that the region stays stable?
So the West axis versus Russia and China. I think Dr. Lamy wanted to say something. I don't know if we have much time, though, because I have one more question.
No,
if you can make a quick intervention.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. With my respect, Admiral, after Afghanistan and what's happened back there, I don't think so.
All right, so here you are. Afghanistan is an example of why people don't have much trust in the U.S. One more question, Dr. Lamy, if you allow me, please, because I think we're really running out of time. We have 1 minute left. Don't Arab countries bear responsibility for the security problems of the region and the role of the reactions of Iran? Iran was attacked by many Arab countries. Iraq and all Arab countries supported Iraq for 8 years. Don't the speakers think that had this not happened, Iran would not feel that it has to have a ballistic program, nuclear program, drones, etc.? In other words, that Iran is acting out of defense because Saddam Hussein attacked it and all Arab states supported it for 8 years. Is that a fair question?
Yeah, that they executed Saddam Hussein with their militias in Iraq. What I mean, if we go back in history, we have lots of to say. We shouldn't go back to history and misusing history. We shouldn't forget that Saudi in 86 or 85 suggested a ceasefire between Iraq and Iran, and Iran refused. We have to go back in history and remember that the Gulf countries didn't interfere or didn't help Iraq until 1982, when the Iranian political system started sending militias and talking about controlling the region and exporting the revolution. So that these are facts. Third, I think no one missile was fired from Gulf countries towards Iran. No one bullet was fired towards Iran from the Gulf countries. No drones, no ballistic missiles. We have been the receiver of such attacks from the Iranian and Iranian proxies, whether in Yemen, Iraq, and other places. So I think just to try to misuse the history and one version of history, it doesn't help. We need one face of Iran. That's the whole thing. We need one face of Iran. And when they are talking about building a better understanding with Iran, then we want that to be implemented on the ground. When Khatami was trying to solve the problem with regional countries, and we've seen the result of that at that time, they didn't forget about history because they want to go beyond the history. And therefore, otherwise, we couldn't have the relation with the Gulf countries again and again, and a very good relation since 1997 to 2003 at least. That was a very good time, although had its difficulty. So just we need to go to history to play the game of blame game. It's very easy, but the reality, there is a reason for the Gulf countries. And if, by the way, we had the Iran-Contra at that time when Israel sold missiles and weapons to Iran. So history is full of events that cannot be ignored and cannot be using only one side of the history and ignoring the other one.
I think I end with Prince Turki Faisal once said that we want to live in a peaceful neighborhood. We don't choose our neighbors. You know, we wanted to wake up one day and find Norway next to us, but that's not the case. So you have to deal with all your neighbors. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. It's been a very interesting discussion. I'm sure so many people have other questions, and including myself, but we're running out of time. Feel free to reach out to the Admiral who is here and others who are not here. Let me close by thanking all of you for this insightful discussion. Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Fahd, Admiral Miller, and of course, Dr. Abdullah, who joined us earlier. Thank you very much for joining us today. We are going to break for coffee, and after that, we're going to have the final panel, I believe. Please stay for it because it sounds very promising. It's going to be the special session on the Abraham Accord, the impact on the region diplomacy. We're going to have Ambassador Stevers and Ambassador Al-Utaiba who talks about this accord. So thank you again for joining us, and have a great day. Thank you for all the panelists.
Hello. Hello, Ambassador Al-Otaiba. It's a great pleasure to be paired with you this evening. And as we begin, if I may, let me congratulate you on the UAE's Flag Day. I believe this is the 50th. And so congratulations on that. I don't think I need to spend a lot of time introducing you. You're so well known in Washington and internationally. You've been ambassador of the UAE to the United States since 2008. You were a critical player in the achievement of the Abraham Accords last year. And you were mentioned by Time Magazine as one of the 100 most influential people in the world in 2020. So it's a great pleasure for me to join you and to have a dialogue a bit about the Abraham Accords 1 year later, or a little over 1 year later, and to discuss a few aspects. We only, I think, have less than 15 minutes or so, but so I'll get right to the point. Is the UAE receiving, in your view, the support that it expected from the United States following the Abraham Accords? And does the U.S. support really matter that much as the Emirati-Israeli relations take off in an organic way on their own?
So the short answer is, first, thank you for having me. It's good to see you again, Mark. Absolutely, yes and yes. Of course, the UAE is getting enough support and respect and credit and appreciation for the Abraham Accords. Just look 3 weeks ago when Secretary Blinken hosted Sheikh Abdullah and Yair Lapid for a trilateral meeting at the State Department, followed by a dinner. Out of that dinner came a new format of a quad where the US, UAE, Israel, and India met together, some of us virtually because the Indian foreign minister was actually in Israel. Now the next iteration is for all of them to come visit us in the Emirates at some point. So I think we are, snowballing into various other bilateral and multilateral forums for us to cooperate together. And out of the trilateral meeting that we had here in Washington, 2 working groups were born out of it on very important issues to us, water and climate. This is coming on the tail end of, the very successful COP meeting in Glasgow, but also tolerance and inclusion. And that's not a recent priority. That has been sort of a pillar of our values in the Emirates since our inception, since the 70s, since Sheikh Zayed founded the country. So these are things that are feeding into this new trilateral or maybe even quadrilateral formats, but we're also dealing with issues that are really critical to the region, like water, climate, and energy. So I think we are definitely getting enough support and recognition. I still think there's a lot more we can do together.
Thank you. That's a great answer. Many commentators have noted the people-to-people aspect of normalization between the Emirates and Israel. And is that something that you think distinguishes these agreements from some of the previous peacemaking efforts in the region?
I do. I think it's distinct from, agreements that were done in the 70s or 90s. We're in a different world. The region is in a different era. We think differently. We look at issues differently. I think the region is tired of conflict. I honestly believe that. I think people are tired of ideology because it hasn't delivered. I mean, ideology is very important, but it's also very personal. And so I think the warmth, the excitement, the enthusiasm that you see in both directions, by the way, are just a natural outcome of, us being in 2020 and 2021. People have different priorities today. If you ask young people in the Middle East, they really want to see better quality of life. They want to see opportunities. They want to see jobs. They want to see a better future for them and their families. And I think they look at the Abraham Accords with the distinct possibility of what can be created. What research can we do together? What jobs can be created? What investment vehicles can we manage? So I think it's looked at least within a certain constituency, as a mechanism that create opportunities that wasn't available before. And so I think it's important to notice that distinction is because of, just the demography and the geography of the UAE and Israel, but also because in 2021, people have different priorities than in 1979.
Absolutely right. And I certainly see that from my position here in Abu Dhabi with the AJC office that we've just opened. Some suggest that the UAE can play a role as we try to expand the scope of these agreements in the region, in connecting other Arab and Muslim states with Israel or helping them understand each other. And perhaps that also applies to the Palestinians who, at least at the official level, have so far rejected this process. But I think probably there are lots of people in the Palestinian community who would like to be able to benefit from it. How do you see that?
I think the Abraham Accords, if we pay enough attention and do the kinds of collaboration bilaterally and multilaterally, it will have a spillover effect for everyone, whether it's in Jordan and Egypt, or whether it's in the Palestinian territories, or even in Israel itself. I'm not limiting it to benefit a certain group and exclude a certain group. If we are starting to do investments in energy and climate, if we are doing things on clean energy, I think it's going to benefit the entire region. So I think we need to look at these types of things a little more broadly and a little less politically.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You preempted one of my questions about the trilateral working group, so but maybe we can get a bit more into detail about the areas of cooperation in water and energy. And then I think the diversity and tolerance element may not be new as a part of the UAE's policy and outlook on the world, but it's certainly an interesting new element in regional peacemaking. Don't you think?
Absolutely. I mean, we are here to break new ground and try different approaches. And I do understand that, you're going to start with sort of the low-hanging fruit. And out of the first trilateral, we created working groups on water and climate and inclusion and tolerance and coexistence. But there is absolutely no reason for us not to have similar working groups on food security and agriculture, on technology, on AI, on a range of issues where it will be beneficial not just for the US and Israel, or the UAE and Israel, but for in the entire region. Why don't we have conversations about what we can do with technology and startups and venture capital between the three countries that benefit the entire region, including Palestine, Jordan, and Egypt? So I think we're just starting to pull on this thread, honestly. And I think there's a much more potential to accomplish greater things for the region if we work together.
Fantastic. Maybe one last question on Iran, if I might. How does the Abraham Accords and the normalized relations with Israel affect the security balance in the region as you see it? My own view is that many of these other elements, the technological cooperation, investment, people to people, are really at the core of the relationship. But the security element is something that we shouldn't overlook.
I think everybody looks at the Abraham Accords through a different lens, and that lens highlights their priorities or their views and kind of what is important to them. And for some folks, it is Iran and security. For some folks, it's investment and startups. For some folks, it's politics. I can tell you that when we are working on the Abraham Accords, the main priorities from a UAE perspective was about peace, was about the economy, and it was about people to people and understanding. Those were our main priorities before the Abraham Accords. Those are still our main priorities. The Abraham Accords are not meant to target any country. They're not meant to go after anyone. They are meant to be a stabilizing factor. The main thing that drove us to the Abraham Accords and actually got it over the finish line was the fact that it prevented annexation. That was the fundamental sort of ask. We will normalize in exchange for suspension of annexation. That was the deal. And that really salvages the two-state solution. The two-state solution is alive, in theory, because of the Abraham Accords. Because had the Abraham Accords not come through, there would have been annexation, and there would have been a dispute over argued lands, and we would be facing a conversation today about a one-state solution, not a two-state solution. So I think the Abraham Accords were ultimately about diplomacy and about stability and about prosperity. They weren't about any specific country or entity or threat or challenge.
Ambassador Al-Otaiba, thank you so much for joining us, and it's been a great pleasure to see you again, sir, and look forward to seeing you here at some point in the near future, I hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be with you. Thank you to everybody at the Atlantic Council and to Trends.
Thank you. Carmiel, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Sievers, Ambassador Al-Otaiba, for those very insightful remarks, both about the impact of normalization on the UAE, Israel, and the US, but really on the region at large. I think this perfectly sets the stage for our next discussion on new diplomatic initiatives in the region, the quest for stable alliances. My name is Carmiel Arbit. I'm a senior non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council in our Middle East programs, where I've been helping to build out the Atlantic Council's work on Israel and normalization, including most recently a conference that we brought together in the UAE of all of the normalized countries, what we call the N7, to discuss exactly what we're going to look at today, opportunities for deepening engagement between the parties and the national security component. Sorry, I'm being directed back to the camera. The Abraham Accords have marked a significant shift in advancing a more integrated region, creating opportunities for business and culture and technical cooperation, what the ambassador just described as a mechanism for opportunity in realms that never existed before. Since the White House signing, dozens of agreements at the bilateral level have been signed between each of the countries and Israel. Relations with Egypt and Jordan have begun to thaw, but much work remains, including critical questions on how to maximize this new configuration to advance regional security and stability, and to see how Israel might fit into some of the existing regional security structures. Our guests today, joining us both remotely from Israel and also here in the room, are going to look at both the Abraham Accords, reflect on the past year, but also look at the trajectories for peace and security in this ever-evolving geopolitical context. So to dive deeper into this, I'm going to kick us off with Professor Uzi Rabi, the director of the Moshe Dayan Center for Middle Eastern Studies at Tel Aviv University. He's also a senior researcher at the Center for Iranian Studies, also at Tel Aviv University, where his research focuses on the societies in the Middle East, Iranian-Arab relations, oil and politics in the region. And within this framework, he has overseen the dissertations of numerous doctoral candidates. He's an esteemed leader within Israel and internationally recognized. Thank you so much for being with us today. I think we're having some difficulty with your audio.
Now you can hear me, I guess.
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you so much.
So thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to a lively discussion. Thank for Trends and the Atlantic Council. Thank you.
Do you want to kick us off today with some opening remarks, and then perhaps I'll introduce each speaker one by one and have them speak after?
Yes. I've been carefully listening to the previous discussions about this whole situation in the region. I think that all of us would agree that the region is experiencing tumultuous change. In my opinion, that could be summed up by the division to different visions we have here. Of course, we have the Iranian vision, this axis of resistance, as they call that in Persian. You should just look at what they are doing actually in some weak Arab states, just steering them down. And this is a vision which in its basic nature, or essentially, this is a very destructive vision. In my opinion, a year after the Abraham Accords, we have an opposite vision. I think that the Abraham Accords actually or could serve as a stepping stone in the build-up of a long and a thriving vision for the Middle East. And I do think that what we got here is, as I said before, competing visions in the Middle East. We have Iran on the one hand, and we have heard a lot about that. We have Turkey with its own taste and flavor, another vision which is, in my opinion, very controversial, not to say highly problematic. And I mean, against this background, what the Abraham Accord serves to argue is that there is a high need for something or for an alliance of a different sort. And I would say that this is something that has become kind of a game changer, I do hope, in the architecture of the geopolitics of the Middle East. Of course, I can elaborate on that, but I just would say that what is new and fresh in the Abraham Accords is the simple fact that what Israel got now is sort of a multi-layered agreement, which based not only on geopolitics, but also on some other things that, in my opinion, rightly, Ambassador Otaiba mentioned, the people-to-people dimension, of course, technology, economy, and some other stuff which are becoming very, very vital for all people in the Middle East. And this is the change. We are dealing with security. The notion of security is being defined in kind of a very, very different way than it had been used or had used in the past. This is a broad definition of security. Well, I'm not going to belittle physical security or hard security dimension, but I would add that what the Abraham Accords actually brings in is kind of an understanding that if we would like actually to better the lives of people in this region, if we would like to deal with what I would call human security, with all these things actually or dimensions that were mentioned before, I mean, the energy, the water, cyber technology, I mean, whatever. This is something that we do stand to argue that the Abraham Accords brings in. And in my opinion, this is a glimpse of hope for a better Middle East. We have to really think at this stage in what way we can make it last. And I would use that. I don't know if the word model fits here, but definitely this should be the spirit for many, many players in the region to just collaborate, to come together on the basis of having, I would say, a multifaceted cooperation on different spaces and dimensions in order to better the lives of people in this region, and that all these players are going to be benefited, each one of them, from this cooperation. This is, in my opinion, a different vision, that the vision that are being performed by states like Iran and Turkey. And I do hope that now, in the 21st century, when we do know that the world is facing many, many, I would say, problems that had to do with environmental studies, have to do with climate changes, have to do with pandemics and all that stuff, it is high time for us to stand together. And in my opinion, what the Abraham Accord stands for is just to epitomizing the whole thing of how to do that and what should be the model to follow. This is why I do see a year after, I do think that this is a real stepping stone in what I would call a little different Middle East, much better for the lives of the people. Of course, the Abraham Accords by itself brings together, not coincidentally, some of the players who are rivals to Iran, some of them to Turkey, because of the negative visions being performed by both Iran and Turkey. I don't mention ISIS, I don't mention Al-Qaeda. Everybody knows that these are professional troublemakers, and the simple fact that what the Abrahamic Accords actually tend to argue is all these people who are using extremism in order to promote political or statio interests, this is something that goes against the very interest of the region, against the very interest of next generations or future generations. And this is why I'll think that what we got here a year after is a lot of food for thought. This was a wonderful beginning. I myself in the Israeli academia and with all my friends in the Emirates and Bahrain and Morocco, I mean, we do experience many, I would say, academic experience and cultural experience that tell us actually right in place that we are in a different chapter now. Now what we have to do is think together how we're going to make it last, how we're going to make it thrive in order actually to, as I said before, to ensure that next generations in both states, in all states, are going actually to be benefited from that kind of development. I'll stop here, but we could definitely elaborate on that if you would like to later on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'd like to turn now to Mohammed Bahroun, who's with me in the room, the director of the Dubai Public Policy Research Center. He was previously a reporter at Al Arabi magazine, Al Ittihad newspaper, and then editor for Gulf Defense magazine. His research focuses on geostrategy and policymaking in governance, stability, capacity building, and future proofing. He was also previously the deputy director of Watani, the UAE's first initiative on national identity, is a founding board member of the Bassola Institute, a Brussels-based think tank focused on EU GCC partnerships, and his research interests have also focused heavily on Iran, the Arabian Sea, and the Mediterranean broadly. I'll turn to you, Mohammed, please, your opening remarks.
Thank you very much. I think Ambassador Ateba described how people look at the Abrahamic Accord in different prisms. I have a less kinder analogy. It's like the parable of the 7 blind men trying to describe an elephant. Each of them sees certain part of it. I'm afraid I'm going to be the 8th blind man and add a different interpretation. And I'm looking at the potential of the Abrahamic Accords today and what could it lead us to. And to me, it can provide the basis of a regional security and cooperation mechanism for the region. Now, to address this, we have to ask ourselves, is there a regional strain in the Abrahamic Accords? And I would say yes. I mean, the Abrahamic Accords were signed by 4 states at the same time here in Washington, D.C. So it was not a bilateral agreement between, let's say, UAE and Israel. It was an agreement that was signed with Bahrain, UAE, Israel, with the support of the US that gave it a sort of an international backing. So right at the inception, it was a regional, it had a regional strain to it. And of course, later on, there was the expansion with 2 more states added to the Abrahamic Accords, which again showed that now we've got states from the Arabian Sea all the way to the Atlantic, working together on the same wavelength. The other issue is that, does it have an actual security and cooperation dimension within it? And again, I would say yes. At essence, the Abrahamic Accord is based on 2 things. One is deconflicting. It's a deconflicting mechanism because, and the second is an economic integration or economic connectivity aspect. The deconflicting aspect is right at the beginning. It's something that targets identity conflicts in the region. And the name Abrahamic Accords brings it back to something beyond geography. It's something that has to do with the type of religions in the region that transcends geography. And I think we've seen how identity struggles has been at the base root cause, if you want, of this region's plights. So we've got the Palestinian-Israeli conflict that has been elevated to a Zionism-Arab conflict that later on been elevated to a Jew-Muslim identity conflict. And this has been fanning radicalization, terrorist movements, and on. So at essence, it wants to change that, deconflict it, take it back to the political aspect in which it started with. And the second aspect is the connectivity agenda. And we've heard Ambassador Ateba speak about the different aspects of connectivity that we have. And I think it's quite interesting that connectivity is the core of people-to-people type of peace. It's the ability to move, the ability to interact, the ability to train, to trade. And I think it was quite obvious from the first instant when Saudi Arabia allowed Israeli aircrafts to use its airspace traveling to Bahrain and the UAE. That was, in essence, a connectivity. It addresses this, again, Israel's Expo Pavilion, allowing Israel to interact with different people. So connectivity is over there. And we cannot take away things like projects on energy, including the pipeline, projects on infrastructure, projects on healthcare. These are different projects that allow for that type of connectivity. Now, is there an outcome out of this security mechanism, or is it just theory? And I think what we've seen lately, a type of a new dynamics when it comes even to addressing the Palestinian issue. We've seen Jordan and Egypt coming back again. We've seen even Qatar and Turkey being involved in how to address the Gaza situation. So there is a new mechanism, there is a new dynamism in the region that is addressing those issues. And I think it would easily be bleeding, let's say, or extending itself to areas like the Sheba farms in Lebanon or the Golan Heights in Syria. So we were seeing more deconflicting to allow that type of movements. Now, does this lead us somewhere? Is there a way for a mechanism to actually be established? And I think all of that type of background working that is happening right now is actually a shadow mechanism. It doesn't have a general secretariat, if you want, but there is a shadow mechanism that is happening. It's more of a forum. People are talking to each other. They're expanding. There is no institutionalization at this point yet to that type of mechanism. But it's like two people living together. All they need to do is tie the knot. And I think that is possibly coming up. And I'll stop there.
Excellent. I'd like to turn now to Dr. Shira Efron, a senior research fellow at the Institute for National Security Studies at INSS. She's a special advisor on Israel at RAND. She holds a number of different affiliations. She has served as a senior fellow, previously as an adjunct fellow at the Modern War Institute at West Point. Her research focuses on applied policy analysis. She's an expert in climate change, Israel and the Arab conflict, evolving ties with China, the Palestinians, and appears regularly in Israeli and international media outlets. Shira, the floor is yours.
Hi, Carmiel. Hi, everyone. Congratulations on this conference and everything you do at the Atlantic Council for promoting these normalization accords, which really, I think that even if some have criticism, very rarely we have good news in the Middle East, and this represents one of those good news events in the Middle East. If you don't mind, I think I'll focus more on economics and the linkage between economics and security, which is less direct, but I think in our region means a lot. So, I think Israeli and Emirati foreign ministers wrote in a joint op-ed in the Financial Times, and it's hard as Financial Times because people hit a paywall, so not everyone can read this. But in September 2021, celebrating the one-year anniversary of the Accords, they wrote that in 1 year, both countries, we talk about the UAE and Israel, right? They conducted high-level in-person visits, even with COVID. We have research, investment, trade agreements. There's entrepreneurial partnerships on AI, on green economy. We just heard the ambassador speaking about Ambassador Taiba on climate change, on space, and other issues. Trade between the two countries, and this is all very genuine, right? It doesn't require any intervention. It's a sort of a plan from outside of the region. Trade is estimated to grow in both goods and in services by as much as $6.5 billion within a decade. And there's already a flurry of business delegations, tourism, of course, and investments. I think that the numbers that I saw in investments could grow to $10 billion within a decade also. We at RAND did an analysis that looked at different conditions, and we can talk about the assumptions. I don't want to get into the weeds, but we looked at these bilateral benefits. We agreed that these are very significant, but we think that regional cooperation among the current signatories, so we're just talking about the 4 countries, the UAE, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco, could lead to $150 billion in new economic activity and 180,000 new jobs. But the benefits, of course, could grow much larger if other countries join. We know this is it's a stretch, but if normalization expands to additional countries and the region enters a free trade agreement, which is complex, and it's definitely complex when we talk about Israel, Palestine, and a free trade agreement without borders, but it could create some 4 million new jobs and lead to more than $1 trillion in new economic activity over a decade, which would be amazing. And of course, if this is complemented by sort of the policy measures that you will, I think about more as a new Marshall Plan for the region, one could make sure that these benefits are equitable and expand the benefits, and that it could improve standard of living for populations across the region, and maybe open a new chapter in the region's development and also security. This is all the good stuff. I think, and of course, when we talk about Glasgow, we have to talk about Glasgow now. If we talk about climate change in this region, the MENA region, right, Middle East and North Africa, it's one of the hotspots. The region is so vulnerable to it. So any collaboration to help mitigate emissions, but also to adapt to the effects of climate change in this region would benefit people. But I think that I really commend Ambassador Taiba for speaking about, the equitable nature, the vision of that these accords could lead to. The thing is that we know, based on previous cases, that if we talk just about the tech community, we talk about Israel and the UAE, we talk about the elites, the benefits would not trickle down to the rest of the region. We need a vision, a plan of action. I think we need a U.S. that is, of course, very supportive of these normalization agreements, but that they're taking this as a priority, to think of how expanded normalization can be leveraged to create economic opportunities throughout the Middle East. Can they overcome those enduring challenges of this region, right, that have undermined previous efforts at regional economic integration? And we know we have this experience. There were peace agreements in the past with Israel, but they haven't benefited the population at large. They created a lot of security benefits, and there's been pillars of stability in the region, but they haven't brought those economic benefits and with them the support. So, what I think is sort of the next step, and so much has happened in a year, but the next step of it should be develop a vision, really, a vision of how regional economic opportunity can really address the region's unemployment, lack of opportunity, that of course contribute to conflict and security here. And for this, I do think that while Israel and the UAE can have jump-started this process, and a lot can happen endemically to the region. I think a vision on the part of the US and facilitating this integration is needed and would benefit us all.
Excellent, thank you. I'd like to turn now to Adaya Sayed, who is the first female president of the Bahrain Journalists Association. She has been a trailblazer in media and journalism, worked as a media and international news advisor for the Ministry of Cabinet Affairs and the Ministry of Information, as a spokeswoman for Bahrain's elections in 2006, and sits on the board of the Dubai-based Arab Women's Federation. Adaya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carmiel. First of all, I'd like to say good morning to everyone here, distinguished guests, Atlantic Council, and of course, Trends Advisory and Research. Dr. Muhammad, thank you very much. And I had prepared actually a speech, and Dr. Muhammad spoke spontaneously, and I think that I'll keep this aside, and all the speakers had lovely things to share. But I'd like to start this with something on the personal note. When the Abraham Accords were signed, this image that we saw on television is something that we can never, ever forget. It wasn't alien to Bahrain and the UAE because we had been raised in a country where we have always said we experience coexistence among each other. But that image was a good story that as journalists we always look for. Many people believe that journalists look for bad stories, and bad stories is great content. This was not true when those accords were signed. That was a good story that will change the course of history and of course the future. It had an impact on me. I was a Muslim. I had got my basic education in a Catholic church. I had a cross on top of our building, but I had learned the first verses of my Quran in that school. When I left that school, that classroom was similar to me to what Bahrain was all about. Jews, Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, we were all one, and the moment we stepped out of that building, we were one too. Now the Abraham Accords, was it surprising? No, we hadn't been raising false slogans about coexistence. No, in reality, we did have that. But the governments have exerted utmost effort, and in the past 1 year, we have seen agreements being signed between Israel, Bahrain, UAE on different levels. I believe that the most important and challenging thing to be achieved is warm peace. And I actually envy the United Arab Emirates because I saw many Israeli tourists there. And due to the COVID situation, Bahrain has just started flights going to Israel. And I expect that in the next couple of weeks and months, we will see visitors from Israel in Bahrain and Bahrainis in Israel. The Abraham Accords, of course, had economic benefits, political benefits, but the region also needed a shift, needed a transition. You cannot ignore what started as Khomeiniism in 1979. The moment that man landed at Tehran airport, the region changed. The moment he announced that he wants to export extremist Shia ideologies, the region changed. You cannot ignore the past 42 years and pretend that that did not happen. When that happened, that also led to a rise in extremist Sunni ideologies. Was the Middle East only affected by that? Of course not. I think that the world was affected. Europe embraces many people who seek political asylum. And due to the principles they have as based on human rights, they give political asylum to people. But some countries in Europe also have people who refuse to send their children to schools. Where do these children get their education? They get it from television channels funded by extremist entities. This is a time bomb that we need to look at very carefully. Education is important. As much as the Jews have suffered from anti-Semitism, Muslims have suffered from Islamophobia, and it's about time for some Arab countries also to change their educational curricula. Bahrain and UAE never used hate language or hate speech. We are lucky that we don't have that, but in some countries, unfortunately, that exists. There should be stronger laws against anti-Semitism. There should be stronger regulations. You cannot start something as great as the Abraham Accords and then you face the challenges of people who are refusing to change. Now, this region in the past 40 years also witnessed changes that led to the creation, to the empowerment and strengthening of Hezbollah, Hamas, Muslim Brotherhood, ISIS, Houthis, and today we're hearing about the Zainabi groups and others are coming up. So under the umbrella of Islam, all these extremist ideologies with agendas are growing. The Abraham Accords is a story. The curriculums need to be changed. Education should involve what these Abraham Accords are going to do to the region and to the world. When we fear what happens in Europe, it is out of our respect for humanity. We do not want people to be attacked while they are being entertained with their families in public places. Extremism leads to that. The Abraham Accords is something that needs to be taught in schools. Now, as a journalist, I believe also other rules and regulations in the Arab world should be strongly implemented. There are advocates for peace in the Arab world. They have the fear to speak out because in Bahrain and the UAE, we are fortunate. We are supported by leaders who believe in what we are doing. We don't face challenges. Cyberbullying is all part of resistance of change. And resistance of change will obviously be seen through people who have an old mindset, through, of course, people who are loyal to the Ayatollah regime, the same regime that represents a population out of which 80% were born after the so-called Islamic Revolution. The same regime that killed 30,000 people of Mujahideen Khalq in the year 1988. The same regime that attempted a coup in Bahrain. The same regime that threatened Bahrain through Khamenei the day Bahrain signed the peace agreements. The same regime that funds Hezbollah. That language, these approaches need to be changed. So when we look at the broader picture of the Abraham Accords, of course Iran has been impacted greatly by what has happened in the region. Of course we have a common enemy, but we have common interests too. Our children, we need a better future for them, and it's not just for our children, it's for the children of Palestinians. They shouldn't feel that they are left out. Israel should not fear the lives of people because of the rockets Hamas is sending to them. Everyone deserves to live in peace. But I will end on one note. Legislations and laws to protect peace advocates, changing the curricula in schools, hate speech in media needs to be addressed. Again, fortunately, Bahrain and UAE, we don't have that, but on a lot of social media and in a lot of Arab countries, that still exists, and it's very sad. I hope that, and we're discussing this with our colleagues, the journalists, that we establish an entity that protects journalists who want to speak out what they think. I know many people who have opinions that they keep to themselves, and we are the fourth state. We can have an impact on public opinion. So such entities will allow our colleagues to speak about what the Abraham Accords are all about.
Thank you so much. I'd like to transition now into questions, and I have many of my own, but I know the audience has questions as well. I encourage you to submit those online, and we'll turn to those shortly. Aday, I'd like to unpack some of the things that you just laid out for us. I think there's been some very critical themes that have come out across the different presentations about really the depth of opportunities and the transformational nature of the Abraham Accords. But one of the key things that you mentioned is in many ways a different kind of elephant in the room, which is Iran, and the implications that the Abraham Accords have had for Iranian ambitions in the region. Mohammed, I wonder if you might kick us off and talk about how that's playing out on the ground in the Gulf, and then maybe we'll turn to Uzi to also remark then on the Israeli perspective.
On Iran, I think there are two issues. One, the Abrahamic Accord as a regional mechanism should actually include Iran. And part of the thing that we do as researchers is look at what are the conditions that would allow Iran to join. And it sounds difficult, but that's the hypothetical question. But on the other side, the resistance axis that Uzi's talked about is real. And a way of addressing that resistance axis is to take away what underlies beneath it, which is actually the Israeli-Palestinian issue. Once the conditions become more fruitful for a solution of some sort, I think that resistance axis have no resistance to resist. So there is nothing more to resist it. And that would take away or dismantle a lot of those organizations that has built itself and has established itself over years on one idea, which is liberating Palestine. Once Palestine is in an agreement with Israel on some sort of a way, then there is no reason for them to exist. And even if they continue to exist, there is no reason for people to support them. So I think if there is a grand strategy behind the Abrahamic Accords towards Iran, is actually to deconflict this major historical issue and bring people to work together.
Uzi, would you like to add and respond to that? I think you're still on mute.
Sorry, once again. I agree with Mohammed, but I don't think that this regime in Iran can be included in any sort of, I would say, positive alliance, because in my opinion, this regime actually has an agenda. We definitely know where it came from and what these guys have in mind, and especially when we have this new guy in town, Ibrahim Raisi. Well, I think that this time is, the Iranian leadership actually is going all the way to just fulfill its goals. And I dare say that Iran feels as if they are on the verge of maybe achieving what they have long sought to achieve. And this is why there is a need, an urgent need, for an alliance like the Abraham Accords. And this is why I said that, at least when it comes to the basic floor, it is an anti-Iranian in nature, but the message here is much bigger. This is an unheard of alliance between Arab states and Israel, because, as we said before, it has to do the people-to-people element and some, of course, other aspects of life which are being actually talked to and elaborated on. As per what Mohammed said about the Palestinians, I agree with him. I think that the Abraham Accords, where many argued in the beginning that this is kind of, going against the Palestinians, treason against the Palestinians, I think that the Abraham Accords would serve as an auxiliary wheel with which to be much more creative and solve out at least parts of the problems between Israelis and Palestinians. And there are many, many ideas regarding that, many ways actually to elaborate on that. But this is how I see it. I think that the Palestinian-Israeli conflict now, a year after the Abraham Accord, thanks to the Abraham Accord, is a little bit closer to kind of a different thought. And this would be because of the Abraham Accords, and thanks to all these, I would say, partners of the Abraham Accord who are going to contribute something to the discussion. And Israel, too, would have to come up to a compromise with itself. Palestinians would have to come to compromise with themselves, among themselves, and together, I think we could work out something that would be, once again, for the benefit of the whole region, necessarily, in particular, Israelis and Palestinians alike.
I'd like to stay on this topic of Israelis and Palestinians. What you just described is the Abraham Accords as a prospective auxiliary wheel. I really liked that visual for advancing progress between the parties. And the ambassador, when he spoke, talked about spillover effects. Shira, you recently worked on a paper with the Israel Policy Forum that looked at some of the real tangible steps that can be taken to run progress for the Palestinians through these accords rather than alongside them. Can you talk to us a little bit about what opportunities you see in the immediate term for progress with the Palestinians, and then longer term to talk about how you see the accords impacting relations between Israel and the Palestinians?
I think all that I disagree a little bit with my fellow panelists. I think the accords did stop annexation. There were many other forces that lobbied and pushed for preventing annexation, but I think it was really the wise, and saying here, I think the UAE was the one who rightfully got credit for it. And the Israeli public, when they were faced with the question of annexing territory, that by the way, many Israelis don't even get to this territory, or normalization with the Arab world, there was no question what Israelis would choose. But the framing of that was the Palestinians are complaining that if they could only see how these accords are good for them, not just not being ungrateful for preventing annexation, but also they're short-sighted. Starting to look at this, in the accords, the way they were designed initially, it was hard to see the immediate benefits from a Palestinian perspective, except for preventing annexation. But in the Palestinian mindset, and I just having lots of conversations with Palestinian officials and analysts, the annexation wasn't like a threat that they should be thankful for removing, because this is something that was so off the bat, right? And it's so different from the two-state paradigm that they've come to think about. But in terms of, I think there's a siren outside my window in Israel, which is reminiscent. I'm sure it's a mistake, but there's a siren where I live.
It's an exercise.
Yeah, I didn't know an exercise was coming. So, sitting here in my safe room, which is supposed to protect me from children coming in, listening to sirens again is a good segue maybe to speak about Gaza. When we talked about the normalization, I think a lot of people in Israel were saying, okay, normalization could benefit the Palestinians if only the Palestinians see that. The escalation in Gaza in May, many Israelis said, okay, now it's time for these new friends of Israel to come in and help support stability in Gaza, replacing the country of Qatar, which is the main donor to Gaza, and way more aligned with Israel, right, strategically, the UAE and stuff. And, it hasn't happened yet. The Palestinians themselves haven't yet seen the economic benefits of the trades and investment. When you talk about Palestinians of 48, what we call Palestinian citizens of Israel, Israeli Arabs, yeah, definitely. But Palestinians in West Bank and Gaza have not seen any economic benefits. They haven't seen the security benefits. It's hard for them to imagine what could be good for them. And their response initially was very, very childish. I do want to acknowledge that there are positive developments. Majid Farj, head of security services, was in Dubai, I believe, last week. And I heard that President Mahmoud Abbas is going to be there in January. So, there is improvement in ties, which would be good. But there's a big leap from that to actually benefiting the Palestinian and advancing Israeli-Palestinian peace. Professor Rabi spoke about improvement of ties between Israel and the Palestinians, and it's hard to say that it's only because of the Abraham Accords. There's also a new government in Israel, and this government behaves differently. They're politically, maybe they don't want to promote a two-state solution, but they acknowledge that there's a partner in Ramallah that they have to strengthen. and not undermine, while de facto supporting Hamas, which was the policy beforehand. So this is hard to say. When we looked at it, we sort of said, okay, but what can be done? And there are a few, concrete steps, and we don't have to go into detail on each one of them. But the idea is capitalize on Israeli. When you talk about the Israeli side, capitalize on this Israeli support, and support for normalization is overwhelming, right, in Israel. Capitalize on it, and maybe Israel would be willing to make more compromises toward the Palestinians, because what Israelis really want is integration in the region. So capitalize on that. Saudi Arabia, sort of the big, right, obviously the big, most important, strongest country in the region. Any tangible movement of normalization with Saudi Arabia would benefit, I think, progress on the Israeli-Palestinian front. Saudi Arabia has leverage on the Palestinians, that they would bring them with them. They can also make sure that if normalization happens with Saudi Arabia, or tangible steps toward it, the Palestinians are not sort of left behind, which is what they feel before. It's politically very complex in Washington. We're not endorsing crazy policy moves and transactional nature of deals. But, the fact that Saudi Arabia is a very important country in this region. Work with Egypt and Jordan. It's really interesting how ties with Egypt and Jordan became more public thanks to the Abraham Accords. That, I believe, came to, and I spoke with some Egyptian diplomats, and they say, well, the UAE is so smart. They're getting credit for things we've started doing a long time ago, including, by the way, renovating Jewish quarters in Cairo. But they kept it quiet. So working with them, those are countries that have a direct interest in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that affects them directly in their security, and they can do more with the support of the Accord countries and others maybe. Maybe Gaza does provide opportunity. Everyone has an interest in stabilizing country. Maybe it can be an orchestrated strategy led by the US, where you bring in those countries to help with Israel deal with the challenge of what you do with Gaza, an area controlled by a terrorist organization. Nonetheless, there are 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza, going to be 3 million by the end of the decade. They're not going anywhere. It's a really humanitarian catastrophe that needs to be dealt with, and it's the interest in the region. And finally, maybe, and I'll stop with that, it's, show tangible benefits to the Palestinians. Because maybe the political echelon of the Palestinians, they can say, oh, we were stabbed in the back. But Palestinians, like anyone else, they want to see how it benefits them. And if we can find these economic pathways, the environmental pathways, involving them in the business deals, in the trade, in meaningful ways, that would tone down opposition and show that they can be part of this and not be left out, which is really important. Can all this be done without an active U.S. involvement? I'm not sure. I think there's a lot that can be done genuinely and within the region. But I think you need a big actor that can sort of pull all these strings, and I hope the U.S. will take some of these recommendations.
I want to pick up on one of Shira's last notes, which is about benefits to each of the countries involved, and turn to you, Adaya, to talk a bit about the perception and what's happening in the region from the ground also, to look at other countries who have not yet normalized, what the implications are for both those countries in their relationships with other countries in the GCC that have normalized, and whether you see opportunities for bringing them along into this normalization process.
Great question, Carmiel. Of course, I do see other countries being encouraged because the Accords are proving to be successful. I don't believe that in today's world, where ideologies are based on peace, countries would reject normalization or peace agreements. But each country has its own sovereignty, they have their own interests, they have their own agendas, plans, and I think that in the next couple of years, we will see more Arab countries joining the peace agreements, because this is going to set as a great example. The Abraham Accords so far have proved preventing annexation. Now, this Emirates was successful in doing that. So this was a major step. The Palestinians won't see the results of the Abraham Accords today. They have bitter feelings about what's going on. But no one said that we have given up on the two-state solution. On the contrary, our leaders are calling for it, and this means more opportunities, a better life for the young generation, for the future of the Palestinian people. They will see the results of the Abraham Accords. Other countries will join, and there is no room to continue to allow extremist ideologies to grow. I think it's about time to stop that. But on the Iranian topic, I'd like to add something. I can never be optimistic about the Iranian stance towards the region and the threats towards the region. For the past 42 years, Iran has not just been a threat to us. Iran continues to fund the Houthis, and the Houthis continue to attack Saudi Arabia. Iran continues to fund Hezbollah, and Iran has not shown any good intentions. On the contrary, it has been continuing to even violate the rights of its own people. So whether countries are joining, yes, I do believe they will join, but even image-wise, Bahrain and UAE proved to the world that what they used to say wasn't just slogans that were raised. No, they actually believed in what coexistence and tolerance is all about.
I'm going to turn, I think this dovetails nicely with some of the audience questions that are coming in. And one question, and I'm going to paraphrase because it's really a long one, touches on how the accords can be used to bring the countries together to combat extremism and terrorism of all forms, including, in the case of this particular question, Sunni extremism. I'm wondering, the question is actually directed to you, Adea, but I would offer really to anyone who might want to pick this up and take it.
Well, I'll be brief because Dr. Muhammad can elaborate on that. Sunni extremism was, I believe, a reaction to what Khomeini started. The rise of Shia extremism in Iran probably necessitated a balance. That doesn't justify it, by the way, because both are extremists and both are terrorists. But that was an action. It was a reaction to an action. And the rise of Sunni extremism is stopping because our countries are fighting them. It's not about Shia as a sect or Sunni as a sect. It's extremism and terrorism. So our countries will continue to do that. For example, the downfall of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. That country was hijacked by the Muslim Brotherhood, who for years have been trying to reach power. When they reached power, what did they prove to the world? That they are incapable, and then they were classified as terrorists in our countries. These extremist ideologies cannot continue. In Tunisia, their downfall was a slap on their face. In other countries, in the UAE, a progressive nation, that anyone who goes to that country is impressed by what they see. In the UAE, the Muslim Brotherhood attempted to do had an agenda, and they attempted to do something, and they failed. So these extremist ideologies will no longer have a place in our region, because I think our eyes are quite open, and we have learned from the lessons in the past, from what has happened in other Arab countries. Doctor.
May I add that this concept of tolerance that the UAE is pushing for as a basis, even prerequisite to or a prelude to the Abrahamic Accord, is the concept of accepting and respecting others. And I think that is the major way of reducing this supremacy of a certain group, its understanding of its religion, be it Islam or not Islam. But it starts with the supremacy. You have a certain understanding of what life is supposed to be, how it's supposed to be based on your interpretation of a certain text, and you try and impose it on others. What we're trying to change is this concept of respect. You have your way of doing things, others have their way, we need to coexist together. And I think that is one of those things that the Abrahamic Accord is supporting.
And then the last one. Oh, please, feel free.
Just to echo what Hadaya said and Muhammad and me, I think that this is exactly what it is. I mean, these guys, actually the extremists, used religion in order to hijack states and societies. Look at their performance in Iran, in Gaza, in Lebanon, wherever, you would see actually how lousy this performance is when it comes to the community, when it comes to the people. And what Muhammad said is highly important. This tolerance, this is something that is becoming maybe one of the main cultural instrumental themes of the Abraham Accords. And I know that this tasamuh, this tolerance is being, injected into the curricula, is being seen everywhere. And the simple fact that religion could serve as kind of a medium from which you can glean respecting the otherness of the other idiom, well, this is, it is more than a glimpse of hope. And I do hope that in the coming years, we're going to see actually the ramifications, positive ramifications of the Abraham Accords, not only when it comes to UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Israel, but some other states, including the Palestinians, who I hope are going, in the end of the day, to be benefited from that as everybody else. This is kind of a dream, but thanks to Abraham Accords, we can think of something else. I mean, it is highly, we should be very cautious and responsible here in order to take it actually slowly, one at a time. But there is a huge potential here, and I do hope that this would bring in kind of a different period to the Middle East.
And I have one more question from the audience asking about the implications of a coup in Sudan for the Abraham Accords. The person writing in asks whether or not this coup would undermine the Abraham Accords, and tries to account for what he perceives as enthusiasm from some of the countries for this transition. Anyone want to perhaps tackle this and what it means both for the Accords but also multilateral relationships between signatories of the Accords?
Well, I can say something about that. It has to do with Sudan, not with the Abraham Accords. I dare say that Sudan, in a way, is an exception to the rule when it comes to the other partners of the Abraham Accord. There is a dichotomy or a schism in Sudan between the civilian and the military flanks. And, as we had seen, actually, military officers took control. This is kind of a disruption of the process that Sudan was experiencing. We'll have to wait and see. It remains to be seen actually what the end game is going to be. But definitely, this is kind of a very controversial issue. I don't think it would harm the Abraham Accord or the spirit of the Abraham Accord. In the worst case scenario, it would be very, very problematic in the bilateral issue between Israel and Sudan.
Excellent. And last, I have a question here about the durability of these agreements. Are there any events that could take place in the region, any other strains that could undermine some of the growth and opportunities that we've discussed here today? And maybe I'll offer everyone the opportunity to respond and to add in any closing remarks. And we'll start with you, Mohammed.
Thank you. Resilience is something that we all think about in everything. Abrahamic Accords, resilience of my center, for instance, going on of a country. There will be ups and downs. I think as long as we have a strong belief that this is a strategic direction, it will bear fruit. We will have to take that responsibility of keeping it alive. But along the road, there will always be bumps. And it just, as long as you believe in it, you would work around it. Now, finally, I would also like to thank Trends Research and Advisory as well as Atlantic Council for this wonderful opportunity. I mean, to see Uzi again, even remotely, is fantastic. But also the opportunity to bring those discussions here to Washington. I think that's something commendable, and I thank both Trends and Atlantic Council for it.
Excellent. Shira?
Yes, it's hard to see anything that can roll back these agreements. I think they're robust against different developments. I'll even add Sudan. It's too early to know what will happen, but there are reports that an Israeli delegation, including Mossad officials, visited Sudan last week to sort of assess. And we know that Borhan is supportive of normalization with Israel. So I mean, even events at that scale maybe would not affect them. I think also the escalation, the violence in Gaza in May was kind of a test case. People would say, oh, the next conflict in Gaza, we would see some steps taken back. We haven't seen any of those. There was some condemnation, by the way, also from the UAE. I don't remember Bahrain, probably others remember, but on Sheikh Jarrah, on Jerusalem, but not on Gaza, because Israel was really, we were here in Israel now. The siren was a military drill, but there was we're under attack here, but it didn't affect normalization. Barring, I think, a really unforeseeable development, which probably has to do with Jerusalem, I really don't see anything that can roll these agreements back, and that's all positive.
Excellent. Uzi?
Well, I mean, we have to just note that the more we have when it comes to cooperation or full-scale cooperation, the greater the interdependence of players is. So what I'm trying to say is that in 2 or 3 years, I hope that many would argue and understand that going back to the status quo ante would be so pricey, so anachronistic, that even if we are going to have, and I agree with Shira and Muhammad and Hadaya, we're going to have fluctuations, of course, ups and downs. But I do hope that I am not being carried away. But in a way, we have crossed the no-return line or the Rubicon. Let's wait and see, actually, with kind of a great hope for the future. But the Abraham Accord seems to be kind of a stepping stone and maybe, I hope, a game changer. It remains to be seen, but this is a glimpse of hope, as I said before.
And Hadaya, just to close us out?
Well, I think that there will be some people who will resist this change, and this is based on certain ideologies. But are we moving on? Yes, we're moving on. And whenever we sit around the table and discuss what happened, there is one thing that you say that ends the topic. 7 decades of running around in the same circle has neither resolved the issue. Today, Bahrain and UAE are deep active players when it comes to the Palestinian and Israeli issue. For years we have supported. That doesn't mean that we continue not to have or alienate Israel from the region. Israel is a well-established state, and its isolation has ended. It's a major part of the Middle East, and today we are teaching our children that you cannot keep on going around the same circle. You're living a great life, while there are children in that part of the world fear rockets ending up on their heads, and Palestinians fear also the lives of their children. This has to end. You cannot continue to go around in the same circle. On a final note, Carmel, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Muhammad, professors that joined us, and of course special thanks goes to Atlantic Council for co-hosting this event, and Trends Advisory and Research Team. You just did an amazing job, and you're a pride to everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hadaya, Mohammed, Shira, Uzi, thank you so much for your time, for your insights, and for the work that you are all doing to build a more stable, secure Middle East. Thank you so much. I want to also join the panelists in thanking Trends for hosting this event, and my colleagues at the Atlantic Council, particularly Josie, for all of the work that you've done on this. We are now going to break for lunch. The conversation online will resume at 2:10 for a discussion on beyond regional security, new perspectives, and future visions for human security. For those of you who are in the room, at We're going to now go to Mazi Restaurant. A number of folks from Trends and the Atlantic Council can direct you where we will be convening for lunch. It's located at 1518 K Street Northwest, just about a 2-minute walk from here. Thank you all again for joining us. Thank you to my esteemed panelists.
Thank you. Thank you all.
everyone.
See you. Bye.
Hello everyone. My name is Ibrahim Bakri. I'm the Assistant Director of the Middle East Center at the University of Pennsylvania, as well as a very grateful non-resident fellow at Trends. I'd like to begin by thanking the Atlantic Council and Trends for putting together what has been an incredibly insightful two-day conference. I think that we've all kind of learned a great deal, and it's given us a lot to think about on our way home. Yes. So when I was first asked to moderate this panel, I think that what stood out to me immediately was the title. Now, this could be obvious because it was, the first thing that I looked at when it was sent to me. But I think that the buzzwords that were used, this idea of looking beyond regional security, and this emphasis on human security is something that I thought was extremely valuable. And now you see, as people who study the Middle East know very well, and people from the region know extremely well, every issue in the Middle East is a regional issue. There is no such thing as a problem that ceases to exist when it meets, the border of another country. And in that same vein, I think that it's important to remember that the Middle East is not an isolated region, and issues that occur in the Middle East also impact the rest of the world. Just like the rest of the world's issues are very much present in the Middle East, whether it's climate change, social movements, addressing mass misinformation campaigns on social media, etc. Middle Eastern issues and world issues have always been interconnected. And this is why I think that this emphasis that we've had the last 2 days on regional security, while extremely appropriate and describes exactly what it is we're addressing, can be a bit of a misnomer. Because when we're talking about things like extremism, violence, political instability, and just general kind of themes of the political unknown, calling these things regional security issues can make it seem as if we are addressing things that are somehow isolated or encapsulated within the region and only the region. And we know that this is not true. I think that the term human security, which is something that we're going to be kind of looking at in this panel, is extremely valuable, because not only does it really focus on the people within the region who are experiencing on a day-to-day these issues that we're talking about, it also reminds us that in order to counter all of these problems, it requires international cooperation, international buy-in, and this belief that all issues are human issues, especially regarding security. And I think that our panelists today know this very, very well. And I'm really excited to hear their remarks and have a conversation around these themes. Seeing as we are to the last panel of the conference, I think that we have a special obligation to finish on time. So I'm excited for us to close out on a high note. I think I'm going to begin with Dr. David Bray, who is the leading global data and tech ventures and C-suite executive at the Singularity Group, as well as a distinguished fellow at the Atlantic Council. So please, David.
Thank you, and I really liked how you set the scene that this is really going beyond regional security and thinking about a future that's really about human security. A little bit about my own background. Back in 2000, I joined a little-known program called the Bioterrorism Preparedness Response Program. It was with the United States Centers for Disease Control in 2000. Every 6 months, Congress said we were a Cold War relic that did not need to exist. We said there might be reasons, and it was actually scheduled weeks in advance for me to give a briefing to the FBI, the CIA, and other government agencies as to what we would do technology-wise should a bioterrorism event happen. That briefing just happened to be scheduled for September 11th, 2001 at 9 o'clock in the morning. And of course, unfortunately, at 8:34, the world changed. We dealt with the response to 9/11, didn't sleep for 3 weeks, stood down on high alert on October 1st. I ended up briefing the CIA and the FBI on October 3rd, and the first case of anthrax showed up 24 hours later on October 4th. It was a very busy time. Later dealt with the response to West Nile virus in 2002, what was called at the time atypical febrile illness, later known as severe acute respiratory syndrome in 2003, SARS, the first case of coronavirus that we'd seen, as well as monkeypox and other types of outbreaks as well over 5 years. I want to put forward an idea that actually where the Middle East could take a leadership position. And it's essentially this. In our interconnected world in which we've already experienced things such like SARS, such like COVID-19, we are going to see more and more risk of future global pandemics, but also risk of actors using the very capabilities that were actually produced the vaccines we have now. Remember, we have at least 2 vaccines on the face of the planet now that have been designed in a computer and printed nucleotide by nucleotide. We need to think of a future in which we need to think about biodefense, both to natural pandemics as well as human-caused events as well. And this is where the Middle East can lead the way in coming up with something that may seem a little bit strange, but really we can have an always monitoring sensor network that is monitoring the health of our planet, the health of our cities, the health of how we as humans are living, but at the same time protect individual privacy and individual freedoms. Let me real quick summarize this for you and think about, imagine if you went back to the 1920s and you said, we have these things, we call them smoke detectors. They can actually give you an alert if a building's on fire. They don't tell you exactly who the person is. They just tell you what floor of the building it's happening, and you can get the fire department to respond to them. They're built by the private sector, but they alert the public to respond and deal with the emergency. 1920s, people would think you were crazy, but we have smoke detectors nowadays. We need the same thing for biological agents as well, because we're going into a world in which we're not only more interconnected through our supply chains and globalization, but now with synthetic biology, there is the possibility that people could use these technologies for less than good purposes that would impact us all. And so I would suggest that the Middle East could lead the way in terms of monitoring what's going on in terms of wastewater. We know that wastewater is actually a way in which COVID-19 is shed, as well as other pathogens as well. Monitoring what's in the air, but also looking for non-obvious signs. For example, in 2003, we actually knew about severe acute respiratory syndrome 5.5 months before China said anything, and we knew about it because there were two things that happened. One, the price of garlic went up tenfold. And if you're monitoring the price of garlic, in certain parts of the world, it's seen as a cure-all, and that was an indicator. And then similarly, without actually focusing on individuals, we saw changes in patterns of life. Instead of people going to factories, they were going more to hospitals. Now with commercial space technologies, we can do the same thing. Lastly, if we think about this system that would not only alert us of a risk of a biothreat agent, be it natural or human caused, but then we can also start rapidly sequencing that agent to see if it's anything we know and share that data globally to accelerate the research for therapeutics. Whether it's a bacteria, a virus, or something else, this is something where the Middle East could lead the way and show the world as a whole how we move forward. And it's not just something we need to think about in terms of biopreparedness. We're facing a world in which there's also climate change happening too. And these same technologies that can monitor for the risk of a natural or a human-caused pathogen can also let us know how the world is changing as climate change happens and make it a global alert network so that we are all forewarned and prepared for the future ahead. So when I think about both the future of human security as well as the possibility for tech diplomacy in which the Middle East can serve as a beacon of light to the world, my recommendation is think about how we can work on solutions that use AI, that use the future of synthetic biology, that use sequencing technologies to show a world in which we are now better prepared for the risk of both human and natural caused pathogens, but also get us ready for the future of climate change too. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm really glad that you kind of ended that with a note on the usage of AI in the future, because I think it's a great segue for our next speaker. So I'm happy to introduce Dr. Ivana Hu, who's actually the CEO of Omelis, which is an AI company that I'm very excited to hear more about, as well as a non-resident senior fellow at the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security at the Atlantic Council. Ivana, the floor is yours.
Thanks for having me. So I do want to continue the trend where the topic of technology, we talked about misinformation on social media, we've touched on bioweapons and AI, but really what I want to focus on, where the biggest takeaway is always thinking about the intent behind the technology. We can talk a lot about whether or not 5G is going to be important to the region or to the world, but at the end of the day, it's always about the intent, as technology cannot change the intent of any actors, such as the government or anyone else. And so with that, I do want to also touch on sort of this notion of tech diplomacy. So if you think about surveillance technologies, and just today, the Department of Commerce put the NSO group, which is an Israeli hacking group, on its sanctions list, right? And so that's super important because the intent is so around surveillance. And so how can we actually think about the development of technology and its application and its adoption by our end users in a way that will continue to help us advance our objectives. And I think for much of the past century, the Middle East has been marred in some sort of conflict, and that's certainly true with other regions around the world. And tech diplomacy is really a way to not only collaborate, but also do it in a way that can normalize what we have moving forward in the 21st century. And so if we believe that that data privacy is important and is a value that we should continue to advocate for, versus security, right? Because typically security tends to trump over other values. We really need to, start to actually have that conversation with the right people in the room. And right now, it's a little bit late, I think, especially around 5G and how we're actually already collecting data and allowing private companies to collect data. But it's better late than never, and so we should actually all be in the room. And there are certain actors in the Middle East that I think are primed to take the lead, the global leadership in that area. And finally, technology doesn't exist in a vacuum. It has to be adopted and it has to be trusted by not only the end users, but by governments and international organizations. And one of the things that it has the potential of doing is, to change the way that we think about the future, such as climate change. And it's not just about carbon tech or carbon technology that's super hot right now, but it's also around, okay, so if we can actually create some kind of technology to reduce or mitigate the risks of climate change, how would that actually help with the refugee crisis? Because if you look at the conflicts in the Middle East in the past 20, 30 years, a lot of it is caused by water, right? And then you kind of get into, well, if there are climate refugees, then we need to think about resettlement issues. And one sort of glaring consequence of not having a refugee or resettlement policy is what's going on right now with Afghan refugees around the world, which is, what do we do with them? And so that's just another key takeaway that we should think about as we continue to look at the development of the region.
Very well said, thank you. Next up, I'm happy to introduce Dr. Abla Abdel Latif, who is the Executive Director and Director of Research at the Egyptian Center for Economic Studies. She's also the Chair of the Economic Advisory Board for the President of Egypt, and she's going to be talking to us a little bit more about human security. Abla.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. I'm going to talk about human security from an economic perspective. And being from the region, one of the biggest countries in the region, I'm going to mention some examples actually from Egypt. When we talk about human security in a general sense, I think there are two things that we need to focus on for starters. The first one is the idea is not only to solve the problems that people are facing now, but also to prevent risks in the future. And I think prevention of risk is extremely important. It's what's going to allow us to build forward better and solve our future problems before they actually happen. So this is the first point. A second point, that the components of human security, as we all know this, the economic security, the food security, health, environmental, personal, community security, political security, all of them are actually interdependent. They are not separate from each other, and they actually link countries together. So it's very important to pay attention to this as well. Having said this, let me focus a little bit on some of the most important concepts that are related to human security in the region, and actually they also touch beyond. It's not just in the region. The first one actually is related to water, and as my colleague just mentioned, water is a survival thing. Okay, so you cannot talk about human security without talking about water. And coming from Egypt, we do have an issue with that. Egypt has reached actually in the 80s the water scarcity level of 1,000 cubic meter per person per year. In 2020, we are at 570 cubic meter per person per year, which is way below the level of scarcity actually. And this means that water survival, okay, and the ability to secure water lies at the heart of the human security. It looks like I'm talking about it at the micro level, at the country level, but actually it's relevant to the whole region. This is one point. A second point is related to the population, the demographics. The population is a problem in all countries that are in the region, coming in different ways. In Egypt, we are an overpopulated country, and we have to control the rate of growth to be able to survive better. But then there are other countries in the region that are suffering from exactly the opposite, very much smaller populations. This is a problem, and this is a problem, and handling it and balancing it in the right way, and allowing for easy movement of people from different countries, I think is essential and is very important. Another key issue that's of high relevance to human security is education. Okay, education lies at the center of everything related to human security, because education is going to allow for better life from an economic perspective, for better health, for better everything, even for better political system and better understanding of people's rights. And I think that education needs a lot more attention in the region. I'm not going to talk about IT and artificial intelligence because enough has been mentioned about that. Another key aspect is related to women. Women are half the society in Egypt. I know that they are probably half the society in most countries, and yet we don't see them in the labor force. In Egypt, we have like 58% of the population have higher education as far as women are concerned, but the involvement in the workforce does not exceed 16%, much smaller. So we need in Egypt and the other countries to have more role by women in the economy. This is going to improve the general economic condition, which is necessary and essential if you are talking about human security. Cooperation between countries, as I said, the different components of the human security are not independent, they are interdependent, and they create interdependence between countries as well. So it's important that countries cooperate. Within the MENA region, we do not have enough cooperation, and we do not have enough cooperation with Africa, okay, which is the natural extension of North Africa. And cooperation there is going to solve a lot of problems, and it is going to improve the economic condition. Last but not least, again, given the interdependence of all the elements of human security, and we have seen this in the COVID era, the vaccination, we do have vaccines, but those vaccines are not evenly distributed among the people in the world. And what COVID proved is that you cannot leave some people sick and treat the others. You cannot vaccinate some and leave the others unvaccinated, because if you do that, the disease is going to continue to exist for everybody. So the interconnectedness became even stronger during COVID and will continue to be. Finally, I think to guarantee human security in the region and beyond, it's important that we, again, build forward better, meaning that we don't go back to our old ways and our old policies, whether we're talking about climate, whether we're talking about human rights, whether we're talking about everything. And the second thing, we need to focus on what I like to call drivers of change, which means that all countries have problems at different levels, especially at the economic level. You cannot treat all problems. You need to focus on the ones that are most important and would have a positive impact on the country and on its interrelations with the others. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I think that one of my favorite things you touched on there was the fact that when we talk about the future of human security, I think that our instinct a lot of the times is to talk about things that will happen, talk about ideas that we have, without reflecting on the things that maybe should have already happened. So your kind of emphasis on education and engagement of women, and even the inequalities that we've seen in vaccine rollouts, I think are valuable. And now our last speaker, I'm proud to introduce, is Dr. Jennifer Counter, who's the Vice President of Orbis Operations, as well as a non-resident fellow at the Skillcraft Center at the Atlantic Council. So Jennifer.
Hi, thanks for having me. I think this is a really fascinating panel because it's so interdisciplinary. And the little piece that I'll bring focuses more on communications and how the world is connecting in ways that it's never been able to previously. So, the goals of communications between individuals, between nations, between groups has sort of always been the same, right? Folks are trying to build understanding about their position, what their goals are. In the case of organizations, maybe it's to fundraise or recruit money, recruit for new followers, to maybe gain notoriety. But what's new and is going to continue to evolve is how quickly we can all communicate with one another, and how traditional borders mean sort of less and less in this space. In the same way that, David was talking about, the spread of pandemics and viruses, those don't recognize borders, and neither does sort of modern communications. And I think COVID has brought that to the forefront in many ways, right? I mean, we're having this conference, I'm in the Middle East, other folks are in DC, there's probably folks logging in from, other parts of the world. So, this is sort of the norm. And as AI advances, and as we get into more virtual reality spaces, the ability to project what people are going to want to see and how they're going to want to engage, and then put people together in a virtual space is going to become a reality. And as more and more of the world are digital natives, this is going to really become just a part of life in a way that hasn't been before. So, if from a security perspective, and someone who's dealt a lot with counterterrorism, I think about the security aspect of this and how new media, so really anything in the digital space, sort of impacts a government's ability to protect its citizens. Extremist groups are able to coordinate in ways that they haven't been able to virtually. They've been able to fundraise across borders. They've been able to recruit, as we saw especially with ISIS in Syria, folks from all over the world in a way that never happened before. But as groups, move into the space more and more, there's apt to be those that hold on to sort of very traditional communications as well. So if I'm, a very senior leader of an extremist group, I might not want to be online because that's going to leave digital footprints that governments and sort of folks like me can then start to track. So, we may see a bit of a pendulum swing for some folks to go back to a very traditional style. So one-on-one in-person communications. So something to sort of think through, especially in the aftermath of the Pegasus software. I don't want to say scandal, but that has been uncovered. I think communications can really benefit the region, but also the world by, giving voices to folks who might be underrepresented. As Abdullah mentioned, sort of giving women a voice who have been underrepresented, giving folks in parts of the world that have been underrepresented a voice and an ability to convey what it is they want to achieve. And then, for governments, especially I think in the Middle East, as tech hubs emerge in this region, how can governments facilitate conversations to prevent the abuse of communications technology, technology in general, so that we don't end up seeing technology being misused by nefarious actors like we have seen with sort of Facebook and Twitter and other platforms that, have good intent but have been used, for nefarious purposes. So, I know there's probably a bunch of questions, so I'll wrap up there. But I think, any of the issues that we're talking about today have a communications nexus and something that we want to really keep in mind about how it is we're communicating with one another, and if that communication is positive and inclusive of groups that have maybe not had a voice in the past. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, I think that I'm going to maybe start off with some questions of my own. I think that one thing that I've noticed amongst everyone who's spoken today is this idea of using different kind of methods to be preventative, to kind of prevent these security issues from happening. Now, whether or not that is building some kind of global immune system, a way to keep us all safe and aware of whatever the next great pandemic is going to be, or a system that could potentially leverage and assist in whether it's climate refugees or other aspects, or like we said, prevent the misuse of social media and other kind of media forms by nefarious actors. We're talking a lot about preventing issues before they happen, and I think that right now we are in a position where the rise of artificial intelligence and other kind of aspects has made it so that we can understand and look at information better than we ever have. The issue is, and something that I'm actually interested in and want to hear from you, is that we traditionally have not been very good at taking preventative measures across the board. I think that when it comes to security issues, particularly regional security issues within the Middle East, we're very reactionary. We see things happen, we scramble to figure out how we can fix it, and then we use the data that we have in ways that aren't always extremely effective. So I'm wondering if maybe you can, all of you, maybe we'll start with you, David, can touch on the ways that we can utilize emerging technologies to prevent these issues from happening instead of being reactionary in the way we always have been.
So that's a really great point. And I would say we humans are really bad at judging risk that is not tangible and immediate towards us. I think about, for example, when we did have the anthrax events here in the United States, which happened 20 years ago in October and November of 2001, how many people were concerned about that? And yes, it was serious and some people actually died from it, but how many people did not choose to buckle their safety belt in their car that same evening when they drove home and may have gotten in a car accident that either injured them or killed them? And that was in their control to buckle the safety belt, but this invisible thing, this biothreat agent, made people in some respects more concerned and more fearful of it. And that's really the concern about bio in a lot of cases is, yes, it can have impacts, but it can also be destabilizing in the imagined risk as well. And I think the way that we move to being more proactive is we come up with dual use technologies that help advance security, but at the same time provide an immediate benefit, whether it is about addressing equity in communities or addressing climate change. And that's why, again, I would make the case for whether it's an immune system or whether it's also using space-based observations. If we move to a future, and it's worth noting that in the decade ahead, we're going to go from, right now, there's less than 7,000 satellites in orbit. By the end of the decade, by 2030, there's upwards of 100,000 or more satellites in orbit. Most of those will be for communication purposes, but several of those will also be doing remote sensing. And while remote sensing can obviously be used for border security and other security issues, it can also be used to improve agriculture, be used to improve water issues, be used to improve scarcity issues, and actually addressing climate refugees and things such as that. And so if we can approach things that we need to do now to address very real things presently, and also have them in the mind that they can also be reused for other purposes as well, for security, that will see it rolled out more into fruition now, as opposed to trying to make the case that here's this abstract risk that may happen in the future, that if you don't do anything, it might be really bad, but also if it never happens, then why did you spend the money? I think we need to be pragmatic and say there's some very real things we need to address now, but we can also build them with a focus on how they can be used to actually have a preventative as well as proactive response simultaneously.
Thank you. Ivana, would you like to touch on that as well?
Yeah, sure. It's a really great question, but it also kind of goes against our human nature. And so it's all about, A, how do you actually incentivize people to do the right thing? And then also B, I think the bigger issue is also the fact that it's really hard to measure the lack of something, right? So I come from the countering violent extremism space. How do you measure that you did not prevent an attack from happening, where like maybe it's because you said something to this person and then he decided not to go join Al-Qaeda or whichever group, right? It's a very hard thing to make. And unfortunately, it's a lot of times promotions at work, they're very much tied to, okay, I responded well to a disaster and caught the person who perpetrated this attack, right? Instead of the guy who's like, well, I think, I like sent a couple of Facebook messages with this person, and so I think that persuaded this person to not join a group. And so it's about the measurement, and that's where what David talked about, which is remote sensing, can actually play a role. Is like, now that we're starting to measure everything in our lives, we can actually use that data to actually be able to measure the impact of preventing something. The second part, and this is going to sound super quirky, is I've been playing around with this idea of how do you positively incentivize people to work on prevention rather than response. And so what I'm going to talk about is, I'm going to use a metaphor of a gym, right? So we want to go and work out, so we all sign up for a gym membership. Gym membership in DC costs you $100 a month, let's just say. But if you decide, you know what, I'm too tired from work, I'm not going to go. There's a part of you that's like, yeah, I paid for it, and so, like, it's fine that I don't go because at least I paid for it. But what if the incentive is, instead of $100 per month, we're going to charge you $2,000 per month. And every single time you go to the gym, I'm going to deduct $50 or $100 from the original $2,000. And then you're like, oh yeah, no, I'm going to go to the gym because I want some of my money back, right? And I think there are some people in the climate change space that are trying to basically apply that metaphor to tie to some kind of a carbon emission and things like that. But we should, use sort of that inverse incentive, positive incentive, I don't know what you want to call it, to other aspects as well.
I appreciate that. And I think that, Jennifer, I want to go to you on this, and then Abla, I have a human security specific question for you afterwards.
Sure, yeah. So, as I'm listening to everyone talk, what comes to mind to me is that people are people, right? So people, I'm sure there's folks listening now who are not necessarily focusing on the talk, but are thinking about like, I have to go to the grocery store tomorrow, I have to get the kids to school, I have to do all of these other things. And so taking time to be imaginative and sort of creative about what could come requires bandwidth that I don't know that people have day to day. And so there might be something to be said for establishing sort of red team groups that their job is to come in and be creative and take the time to sort of come up with wild and crazy ideas about what could go wrong and how things could be used, improperly or not in line with how they're being developed. And maybe that's a part of, the evolution of a product, especially in the tech space. I think the tech space is particularly vulnerable, but maybe also in the pharmaceutical space or, other key industries that, have an impact on our physical health and well-being and or the information that we receive. So I'm very much a realist, right? I know that there are good people in the world and there are bad people in the world. Most people in the world wake up, each morning and want to do the right thing, but get totally distracted by life. And so, how do we build that space for us to be creative and think about what might be down the pike? We're all going to be very fixated on pandemics and health for the next probably 5 years until something new happens that we hadn't considered. And then we're going to focus on that for 10 years. And it's sort of this cycle. But yeah, I think there's probably something in that giving us space to be creative. And then for that 10% of folks, or less than 10% of folks, hopefully, who are sort of nefarious or trying to do things that hurt others, we have to believe that they are who they are saying that they are, right? I mean, if someone is, in an organized crime syndicate or in a terrorist group and they're showing us who they are, we have to sort of accept that is who they are and that we're not going to change them. So how do we understand what it is that they're doing and how they're doing it and how they're maybe misusing things so that we can better buffer and prepare ourselves and understand their creative process, so that we can better be creative ourselves. I hope that wasn't too much of a ramble, but I think there's something in that space.
Mm-hmm. No, that wasn't too much of a ramble at all. And I think that it's given us all something valuable to think about. Shifting gears a little bit, moving back towards Abla, one thing that I noticed in your talk earlier is that you mentioned demographic changes. And I think that earlier on when we were talking about this idea of regional security versus human security, we touched a little bit about the Middle East beyond its traditional borders. And I think that demographic changes that we've seen amongst populations within Middle Eastern countries, but also, the increase in diaspora populations abroad, migration movements that have resettled and moved a lot of Middle Eastern populations into countries outside of the Middle East, has kind of expanded what the traditional Middle East actually is, to the point where we're looking at, what is very much the global and globalizing region. So I was wondering if you could touch a little bit more on these kind of international demographic changes and how you think that these changes in the future are going to weigh in on human security issues or regional security issues.
Yes, thank you. Can I say a couple of words on the prevention first?
Absolutely,
away from the security? Can I?
Yes, please.
All right. When we talk about prevention, as you guys were talking, I kept thinking what are we talking about? You have the government, you have the society, you have the business community, you have the NGOs. So when you think about preventing things before they happen, it will differ from one group to the other. But it all rotates about having enough data and enough information and analyzing this information, about having transparency and about having cooperation among these groups. I think all of this would help prevent problems before they actually happen. Not to mention pay a lot of attention to economic efficiency and the social justice, because they lie at the heart of any kind of security really. Now, talking about the point that you just raised about the migration, demographics is extremely important, and it's actually playing a very interesting game. As I said, in Egypt, we are highly populated, and 40% of our population is actually very young, okay? This is both an asset and a challenge. It's an asset, it's a huge resource that can do a lot of production and bring a lot of revenue to the country, but at the same time, you need to create jobs for these people. And then, like I said, the other countries, some of them are actually very, have small populations, okay? When you talk about the Gulf, we are talking about very, very small native population, and they're relying completely on foreigners that are coming from outside. And this makes things strange. And this means also that the policies of the country have to adjust in order to keep that condition. When you talk about Europe, we have something very interesting happening. We have a lot of people from the Middle East migrating to Europe. Europe is happy to have them because they have aging population. But at the same time, they do not want them to become citizens of their countries. So they want their work, they want their youth, but they do not want them to be migrants, okay, in those countries. And this is going to become a problem in the future, but I think that economic interest is going to override and win this battle, and you are going to find people moving from one place to the other as required and as needed by the economies. So Europe will continue to accept and receive people that are traveling, say, from North Africa, because they need them to be there, okay? But this means that they will need to find a solution for allowing them to become regular citizens and let them stay. And at the same time, I think that an area like the Gulf will have to make some changes in their tax policies, for example, because the foreigners are heavily taxed, as a matter of fact, so that they continue to be there because they are needed. If they are not there, those economies are not going to continue with the same level of development. We had a problem in Egypt when with COVID, and when Gulf countries started to send back the Egyptians home. It became a problem because their coming home was difficult to accommodate them in jobs, even though they are a key resource. This stopped with the disease slowing down, but it's an eye opener that we need to be aware that the economic and the political situation could have people sent home, and if such is the case, countries need to be prepared on how to deal with it. I hope I answered your question.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. And Ivana, can you please touch on that as well?
Yeah, and actually I have a question for my colleagues as well. So with the recent migration trends, as well as the ones that we're currently seeing, which is now a lot of countries in the Middle East are actually taking in refugees from other countries like Afghanistan, but of course there have always been migrant workers from South Asia, etc. How do you think that will affect social cohesion? And how do you think the various sectors like the government, the civil society groups, and the business groups are actually thinking about capitalizing on that potential?
If no one wants to jump on that one, I'll jump on that briefly and say, and this actually builds on what was said earlier about it's about data. And so we can be proactive in responding to things if we find a way to bring the data together so that it can be seen across governments, across sectors, across businesses, but in a way that still is giving the individual choice and privacy. And full disclosure, I'm part of a nonprofit called Trusted that is actually trying to help displaced people, refugees, stateless people, who are trying to get government services to help them, but don't want to have their data either be monetized by a for-profit or be ceded without their choice and consent, possibly to a government. But I share that because back in 2007, the United Kingdom, the UK government was thinking about the future of AI. And at the time, the House of Lords published a report in which they advocated what was called data trust. You can think of them as data cooperatives, in which whether they're individuals, whether they're members of a community, whether they're even companies, can put data in a trust, but have confidence that it's actually being overseen by the members of the group collectively, and it's not being used without their consent. And if you look at what's happened, of course, just in the last 18 months with the pandemic and COVID, what we've had across nations around the world is a failure to bring our data to bear, not just to respond to disease, to make sure that vaccines are distributed equitably, but also to think about the economic recovery and what are signs of that recovery. And so as we go into a future in which we are going to have displaced people, we're going to have stateless people for whatever reason, whether they're from war or climate change, but also to be thinking about a future again where not only are those jump from 7,000 satellites in orbit to 100,000 satellites in orbit going to change how we operate, but now we're going to have commercially available anywhere in the world at 15 minutes or less, in some case persistent stare at 25 centimeter resolution, hyperspectral, so you'll be able to see heat images, you'll be able to see the acidity of the soil, but also think about change detection from space, be able to see accurate to 1 millimeter if a bridge or a building is structurally unsound. We need to think about how we can pull that data for good across governments and across businesses and across communities that still give individuals a locus of choice and consent. And so I'd love to see pilots of this new approach, whether you call them data trust or data co-ops. I think this is necessary to be resilient and proactive for the future ahead.
I can say something about this, answer the question directly, if I may.
Please.
Can I?
Yes, please, go ahead.
All right, yes. In Egypt is a very interesting case as far as refugees are concerned. We don't have a single refugee camp. We do not have camps. They literally melt into the society. We have several millions, actually, of Syrians in Egypt that have become part of the society very quickly. So there is no problem in the social cohesion. We have regions in Cairo and in a place called 6 October, which is north of Cairo, which are almost completely occupied by Syrians. And there is no problem with that. So I think the key issue is for the refugees to have a chance for having jobs and be treated respectfully, because what is happening in their countries is actually beyond their control. And it's the responsibility of all countries in the region to receive them and receive them well and accommodate them as long as they are respecting the law and respecting the rights of others. But we are very proud in Egypt that we literally do not have a single refugee camp.
And about 2 quick points. I think there's, and this is very anecdotal from my time in the Gulf, over the last 20 years or so, there's really been an uptick in sort of national identity that I've observed as an outsider in UAE and in Qatar, which may be a factor. I'm not sure how this is going to play out, but as you have these large immigrant communities or migrant communities that are working and keeping in large part the economy going in parts of the Middle East, I think an understanding about their status and how invested they are in staying in that particular country are factors that we need to sort of consider. If someone is coming from Far East Asia and they're coming into work and they know they're on a 2-year visa or a 2-year contract and they're going to make as much money as they can or send as much money as they can back home, and they're clear in their mind that this is a short-term opportunity for them, then that's like very different than folks who are looking to fully relocate and become part of the society in Egypt, as Adla was mentioning with the Syrian refugees, who probably recognize that they're not going to be able to go home to Syria for a long time and really need to make someplace new their home. So I think there's probably some lanes of types of immigration or migration, and what the migrants expect from that relocation that we probably need to consider.
No, without a doubt. All of these things that we're addressing when it comes to demographic changes are things that these countries are going to be dealing with for a long time. So it's very valuable for us to be discussing it now. I want to shift gears a little bit, actually, and address an audience question that we just got. Moving backwards a little bit and talking about what the government's responsibility actually is in these circumstances. So the question here, and I'm going to paraphrase it, is just how can we properly assess how governments in the Middle East, as well as the West, are performing when it comes to collaborating on the use of data and artificial intelligence to protect their citizens? And that can be in terms of health, security, countering violence, et cetera. And how can this kind of collaboration be encouraged or incubated? I think it's very valuable for us as researchers and think tankers and people who are trying to impact policy to think about how it is that we can actually encourage our government in this.
Yeah.
If you want to start? Please.
Sure. Yeah, happy to start. I think what's missing right now is even before we can do that and hold government accountable, we first need standards. And we don't have standards right now on data privacy. Right? Within the U.S. alone, the state of California has very different laws versus other states, and then on the global stage, you have GDPR in certain countries, and in others you don't. And so it's really hard to hold someone accountable when there's not that set of standards already. And so that's something that Partnership on AI, which is a nonprofit, is really trying to fill that role. But we have yet to actually see a single country really step forward and invest in it. France sort of tried with the AI thing. The US definitely did not. But until a government or a group of governments can have something, and I'm not talking about something as serious as the Geneva Convention, right? It doesn't have to be so holistic, but we at least need to have some kind of standards that we all agreed on first.
Absolutely. Jennifer, if you want to jump on that.
Yeah, so what comes to mind is in Ireland, they have committees, especially when they're starting to look at referendums, and they pull in folks from all across society, right? So you get a truly representative look at a particular issue and the concerns that maybe folks who have expertise in that issue versus folks who have, zero expertise in that issue might raise as concerns. And I think that's an interesting format to use, right? To create sort of a citizens body or committee of 25 people or 50 people that can just kind of come together and say, yeah, this is what I'm concerned about with data privacy, or this is what I'm concerned about with how technology is being used. Because you're going to get to issues that a group of bureaucrats wouldn't get to on their own, or a group of technologists wouldn't necessarily get to on their own. It's oftentimes folks who are the most removed from an issue who come up with the most interesting observations. So I would say that, a format like that might be something to consider.
No, and I think that's a great argument for why there should be so many voices in governance that maybe aren't traditionally represented. David, do you want to add to that as well?
Sure. I mean, just to amplify what Jennifer said, that Australia has also experimented with citizen juries, and I think that is a way forward, or ombuds functions, that you can measure the vibrancy of efforts to use data and AI to improve society and the government's activities by the measure of the representativeness of the participants. But we really are at an interesting crossroads in which the challenge is the more voices you have, if you don't have a shared goal, it's actually not going to help you. Scott Page and later work done by both Tom Malone at the MIT Center for Collective Intelligence and Anita Woolsey show diversity perspectives help you if you have a shared goal up front. And so I think one thing governments can do to accelerate the advancement of data and AI, and I would look to Canada as an example, and there's also efforts that are being done by a international group of indigenous people on collective data privacy standards, because often in the West we think of data as solely individualistic, but in fact it's collective in nature, is to actually identify some projects that you want to experiment in, and then make sure you do have a wide group of people around that goal. Maybe it's around the goal of improving water resources and making sure that you're resilient to shocks. Maybe it's around the goal of improving agriculture, including health. But if you can have a shared goal, then those diversity perspectives will help you. If you don't, unfortunately, it'll often end up being a tug of war and lead to fragmentation. And again, I would recommend looking at both what Canada is doing, which is trying to think about how data and voices can be heard throughout their community, because they're a pretty large country and they have a large swath. I mean, everyone looks at Estonia, but that's sort of a niche case. I'd look at Canada. I'd also look at, it is a group of indigenous people that are making the case that privacy should be thought of collectively. You may choose to share your biological data, but in fact, if you share your biological data or your DNA, you're actually sharing it on your siblings and your other family members, as well as future generations. And what is the responsibility there? And I would say the only way we're going to learn is when governments are willing to commit to focus goals and pilot projects that involve a diversity of perspectives on those activities.
I think a caveat to that question, which is another trend that we have, is that in a lot of areas of emerging technology like AI or even data privacy, the government's sort of already lost because the private sector has gone ahead and they have decided that the business model that Facebook or Twitter uses is perfectly fine, right? And so it's just another trend of where if there's a vacuum that the government is not currently fulfilling, someone is going to step in and do it. And the democratization of other actors is going to be, I think, will force governments to actually work with the with the private and the civil society sectors more.
No, absolutely.
I want to add a small point here. I'm not going to talk about the privacy issue because this has already been covered. I want to take it to a bit more general level about the use of AI, about the digitization in the governments. And I think the question was on how we assess the governments. I think one of the problems in the government performance in the Middle East and in other countries as well is that often we have digitization efforts and the use of AI on the same old system or the same old procedures and this makes it more of automation than digitization. There is need for institutional reforms at the governmental level before digitization can be used. And if this happens, then it's going to be more beneficial for the society and it's going to be easier in its application. But data privacy and how to use artificial intelligence and at the same time respect data privacy is a very serious problem. And I don't think that a solution has been found anywhere, not in the West and definitely not in the Middle East.
And real quick, if I can just amplify, because I loved what you said, and I want to build on what you shared and what Ivana shared too. So before COVID-19, we lived in a world in which there were five companies, not countries, 5 companies that had more wealth than all of the world's nations except for the top 4. And that was before COVID-19. Their stock prices have now at least doubled. These are, of course, what used to be called Facebook, now Meta, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. And so if we're going into a world in which there are now 5 companies in the world that probably sometime in the middle of the decade will have more wealth than all the world's countries with the exception of US and China, my recommendation to the Middle East, but also the governments around the world is don't try to do what they're already doing. Do something different that can serve your people using these technologies. And if they're not thinking about how it can be used for water or for climate change or health, tackle that. Borrow lessons from them, but do something differently because you're not going to compete with those 5 companies that have more wealth than all the world's nations except for US and China. But you can win by making sure you're serving your people well.
No, absolutely. I think that one thing that I want to do, just to tie it into some of the things we've been discussing at the conference for the last 2 days, is we discussed how governments struggle in a lot of ways, mostly because, some of the things Abla touched on, where governments themselves need a bit of reform and innovation in a lot of their systems before we can actually implement usable artificial intelligence means. Groups, though, that have always kind of been on the forefront of these different communications and kind of innovations in technology have been extremist groups, right? Have been groups that aren't necessarily restricted by the same red tape or kind of slow-moving processes. And not to kind of end this on a downer, and if you guys can touch on this very, very quickly because we only have a few minutes, but can you touch on how you think different kind of extremist groups will be taking advantage of these exact same mechanisms that we're discussing governments using? And this can be for anybody.
I would say they're probably going to use them a lot better than any governments can use them. Extremist groups want to recruit and fundraise as much money and put their name out there as much as possible to build credibility, to build fear, to build admiration, depending on the audience. So they're probably going to be on the leading edge of using a lot of these technologies going forward because they don't have the red tape. Because there's nothing holding them back and because in some ways they have nothing to lose, right? They're going to be a lot more willing to throw a whole bunch of things against the wall and see what sticks than governments who might be trying to work against them, who have a whole bunch of restrictions in place and probably need to get approvals. And, I need to staff this request and all of those bureaucratic things that those of us who spend time in government, sort of made us all crazy. In general, extremist groups, especially those that are dispersed, that don't have a really structured hierarchy, are going to be able to innovate at the very hyper-local level. And whatever works is what they're going to adapt and continue to build upon. So I think it's, not maybe a downer, but also really fascinating to see how they take technologies, again, that were built with very good goals in mind and are able to sort of twist them just a little bit to meet their goals.
If I could build on what Jennifer just shared, absolutely. I mean, they don't have the constraints, they don't have legacy processes. In some respects, they have nothing to lose, and they don't have the burden of what governments carry. But remember, it's only asymmetric warfare if you let it be asymmetric warfare. You can also play the asymmetry game too, if you find the right spaces to allow that to innovate. And just this morning, I was actually talking to NATO, and I was telling them they need to behave like they're insurgents within their own organizational culture. And so you need to find ways to champion what I'd call change makers, free them of the burden of legacy. As we heard earlier, don't just modernize the legacy process, else that's just no good. Find those places where it's okay to have innovation and invention, not just from a security perspective, but from a service to society perspective. And if you do that, then you can free yourself from legacy burden, and you can also innovate as a network as opposed to a hierarchy.
No.
So very
Absolutely.
briefly, because I want to end this on a positive note,
please,
is, and this is going back to something that Jennifer and David both said, which is that because they're extremist groups and they're on sort of the outcast of society, especially from the financial system, while they're really good at adapting existing technology, they're not going to be that good at your research and development, right? That still belongs to the government in terms of, if you think about the advent of, or the invention of the GPS, that was used by the military for 10 years before it got to the consumer market. And now Al-Qaeda, everyone uses GPS for their own purposes. And so that's something that we can actually look at. And going back to David's point of finding what we're good at in terms of asymmetrical warfare is, that just means that governments have to continue to innovate when it comes to technologies and always make sure that we're one step ahead of whatever scrappy thing that an extremist group can do.
Absolutely. And Abla, if you want to respond in just 1 minute.
Yeah. I'm the economist. I'm not the expert like them. But at the same time, the new technology is just a new communication tool. But the problem itself is there. The extremists are there. They will be able to use the technology better, but let us not make them sound as if they are the majority of the people and we have a government and the extremists, and then there are no people, there is nothing else. It's just typically a segment or a small group that does not have that's causing problems in some countries, but this does not exist in all countries. So we have to put them in the right size. For sure, we are not going to stop researching. We are not going to stop improving technology because we are worried about the extremists. They might use it. we need to solve the problem of the extremists from its roots, from its real cause. It's related to culture, it's related to certain economic conditions, it's related to certain human rights issues, it's related to a lot of things. Okay, so it needs to be solved from its core, and at the same time, I don't like to show it that they are huge and big and same size as the government. Let's put it this way. Okay, they are very small and they disappear over time, and they become less over time. In Egypt, we managed to beat them, and we managed to achieve a system that does not have extremists or minimize their effect. This is still yet to happen in other countries, but I think that the people, even more important than the governments, are capable of dealing with the extremist problem. The technology is an issue, but it's a small issue. The bigger thing is to have the will to solve the problem again on its core, as I said. And I think this is the positive note for any.
No, I appreciate that. And I think that was actually an ideal way to kind of close this out. I'd like to thank once again the Atlantic Council and Trends for putting this together. I'd like to thank our audience for sticking around, as well as our panelists. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to hand it back over to Sumaya.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened over 2 days to many constructive ideas and insights presented by speakers at this conference, seeking to achieve the goal for which we have come together here, namely to find a way to build a sustainable regional security system that ensures security and stability for all countries of the Middle East. As you know, such a system is a prerequisite for the prosperity and well-being of the peoples of this region. The opinions and insights presented to this conference were deep, varied, and comprehensive. The issue at hand was looked at from many perspectives, including security, political, developmental, cultural, and technological ones. This clearly reflects the concept of comprehensive security adopted by both Trends Research and Advisory and the Atlantic Council, which takes into account all direct and indirect factors that affect regional security. The insights presented to this conference will undoubtedly contribute to understanding the security dilemma in the Middle East and how to solve it in order to achieve the aspired sustainable security, especially in light of the emerging post-COVID-19 changes in the region and the world. They will also support the constructive positions of decision makers in the region and the world and help achieve the goal of building a sustainable regional security system that would enhance global security, based on the fact that whatever takes place in the Middle East region will necessarily reflect on the global system and vice versa. We will work hard with our partners at the Atlantic Council to ensure that these valuable insights reach decision makers in the region and the world in order to contribute to achieving the goals we aspire to. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of this conference, we at Trends Research and Advisory would like to express our sincere thanks and appreciation to our partners at the Atlantic Council, particularly the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative, for this constructive cooperation and partnership in organizing this conference in a way that exceeded our expectations. We are keen on continuing and expanding this cooperation in the future to serve security, development, and peace in the region and the world. On behalf of Trends Research and Advisory and the Atlantic Council, please allow me to also thank the elite officials and intellectuals who took part in this conference, including most notably His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal, founder and trustee of the King Faisal Foundation and chairman of the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies, His Excellency Yusuf Al Utaiba, Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to the United States of America, and His Excellency Joey Hood, Principal Deputy Assistant, Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. I'm also thankful to all speakers and experts who enriched this conference with their valuable insights. And of course, I thank my wonderful team at Trends Research and Advisory, who spared no efforts to make this conference a success through continuous coordination with our partners at the Atlantic Council, despite the 8-hour time difference between Abu Dhabi and Washington, D.C. Thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing you again in future events.